It's time. It's time. It's time for Titans. Let's go. Oh, how are we all doing this fine evening? I'm feeling rejuvenated. I'm feeling great. That rest day was very, very necessary. Very, very glad I took that. Holy shit. But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling fantastic. And excellent. Oh, man. What the heck? Zane has appeared. Holy guacamole. How's it going, bud? Alright. It's gonna be a lot of smaller stuff to talk about today, because I want to get through a lot of the smaller stuff that I have my hands on right now. I'm looking to get a good chunk of stuff out of the way. Da Vinci? Also, news. We got some fucking news. First off, this coming Sunday, there will be no stream this Sunday. I will be touching grass. You know what that means. If I touch grass, you touch grass. That's how it works, of course. So that's going to be this coming Sunday. And March, some point in time in March, we will be going on a panel about ice, hosted by a friend of the show, Daedalus. We've been on one of Daedalus's panels in the past, that was a while back, where we were talking about the election, the 2024 election. That was before I was putting a bunch of content on the YouTube. I was playing TCG Card Shop Simulator. It's a good game. It's a good game. It's a fun game. Good game. So we will be going on another panel, yapping about ice. So that'll be cool and fun and stuff. By the way, that Asmongold video, still going. It's now eclipsed 12,000 views. Might get to 13. It's still going. It's still pissing off all the Asmongold dipshits. Man, that shit, that, like... Because the funniest part about that video is that was the video... which basically got me my first strike, right? That was the video that got me the strike that basically kept me off of uploading on YouTube for 5 days. What a fucking wild success that has been for me. But now we're going to be talking about a whole ton of stuff today. I want to also make fun of Nuxtaku sweepers, because there's been a bunch of sweepers for Nuxtaku. So we're going to make fun of those guys. We're going to talk about the EPA, the endangerment finding being basically canned, why that's bad. We're going to talk about Christian evangelicals, basically how it's a death cult. We're going to talk about... what the fuck else are we going to talk about? If my fucking game can finally load so then I don't have my CPU fucking exploding, that would be great. You know? Okay, so it wasn't the Asmongold video, it was about Emiru's position on ICE. Her Fence City take, right? Now, a lot of the Asmongold fans got... well, they thought I was being racist. I wasn't, obviously. They're liars. At the point where they thought I was being racist about something. I don't remember exactly what, but they were liars. So we don't have to go into relitigate that. But basically, my take, which they misconstrue, is just like, Emiru's position on politics streamers is fine. It's a fine position. I don't disagree with what she's saying there, right? Where she's basically like, if you have to take your information, you have to form your take from a political streamer, you should go out and touch grass. She's correct. She's just right. Like, just correct, right? No problem with that take. Problem. She said that in response specifically to her head mod, who is an Asmongold mod, in reference to ICE. When it comes to civil rights and civil liberties, you can't really fucking sit on the fence for that stuff. Where the right wants to take that all away and to basically just make it just a complete revocation of civil rights, something which is not debatable. Period, end of story. The people who do this are all liars, right? We can admit to this. That's not a debate. That's not really a political take. You just want to make the lives of people worse because of your own strange political predilections. And that is absolutely the case with every single Asmongold viewer and Asmongold himself. They just want to make the lives of people who they don't like significantly fucking worse. Why? Because they're all just a bunch of emasculated fucking freaks. Right? And basically, all of them would come out of the woodwork, pretend to understand logical fallacies. They do that all the time. And would say, like, oh, what you're saying here inherently about Emiru is just completely and utterly wrong. They would infantilize her, constantly infantilize her, saying, like, why are you criticizing her fucking take when she's not even a politics streamer? It's like, that's not the point that I'm saying. It's stupid. Asmongold isn't a politics streamer. I criticize the stupid shit he says all the fucking time, but whatever. Or at least he pretends to be one. They would constantly infantilize her. They would constantly try to make me look like I'm doing some form of logical fallacy when I'm not. And would just bitch, moan, and fucking complain constantly about me's basically saying, like, yeah, her position is Fence City because of the fact that it is rather indisputable that people despise ICE and that people, broadly speaking, despise the fact that their civil liberties are being taken away. But Asmongold viewers are okay with people's civil liberties being taken away because they are all just monstrous. That's basically the take. They pretend to intellectualize their position. I mean, you can take a look at the video yourself in terms of the comments section they're saying. They're all stupid. Like, and wrong. There isn't really much of a dispute to be had, but these people will turn anything into a dispute because, again, they just stand for the current pro-MAGA thing. So, that's the sort of positions that they come at it from. But for now, it's time for us to start building some stuff. The fuck is this? A clap.
When it comes to civil rights and civil liberties,
so far it's true. When it comes to civil rights and civil liberties, that's non-negotiable. You can't really when it comes to civil rights and civil liberties, you can't really fucking sit on the fence for that stuff.
True.
Where the right wants to take that all away and basically just make it just a complete revocation of civil rights, something which is not debatable. Period, end of story. The people who do this are all liars. Right?
Mm-hmm. Real?
We can admit to this. That's not a debate. That's not really a political take. You just want to make the lives of people worse because of your own strange political predilections. And that is absolutely the case with every single Asmongold viewer and Asmongold himself. They just want to make the lives of people who they don't like significantly fucking worse. Why? Because they're all just a bunch of emasculated fucking freaks. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, all of them would come out of the woodwork, pretend to understand.
It's true. It's true. That's easy content. Where's my fucking heavy cargo ship? Oh, these are mainly convectors. Oh, that's awkward. Okay. Alright, yeah, they are made in convectors. The other two shitters are also made in convectors. Man, fitting this thing is going to be a task. Listen, if an Asmongold fan could have their way, they would rape and pillage as much as ICE would, if they had the ability to. They don't care. None of this matters to them. They're all fucking liars. They would rape. They would pillage. They would murder, they would maim if they all could. They don't care. What's up, Kathy? Yes, I did see that Brandon Buckingham responded. A complete, total parry victory. Although, from what I understand, Perry now basically has to go into hiding because of the psychotic fans that Brandon Buckingham has. I am not going over that response. I don't want to deal with all of his, like, dumb fucking fans. Absolutely not. Mm-mm. I am not touching that with the 10-foot pole. Those guys are fucking insane. Definitely not. But I've seen the clips. Genuinely pathetic. But I'm not dealing with those fucking schizos. I deal with enough fucking schizos. But I don't know if I've told you this story, though, Kathy. But, I basically got... DG Jeers were taking the side of Brandon Buckingham. DG Jeers are liars all the time. Wait, I thought Destiny was a liberal and he was anti-racist. What happened? What happened to Destiny? What happened? I do know J-Stock. Oh. It's spite out of J-Stock, isn't it? Because Destiny's primary modus operandi nowadays is purely spite. He's purely spite-driven. Period. End of story. Right? Yeah, Destiny doesn't... He's a grifter, right? Like... I am probably going to do an attack on grifters, specifically on Destiny. Yes, liberal grifter. That's a good point, Zane. I am probably going to do a attack on grifters, probably on Destiny 1.8, and that's probably going to be easily my longest fucking episode, because with Destiny, there's a lot of meat to dig into. I kept trying to research stuff for Hutch to make an attack on grifters episode for him. There's not really much. I kept trying to find details on the drama that he had with DGG and essentially find the main reason why he basically turned into a complete, like, 3 IQ DGG simp. There's not much out there. It's been pretty buried. This is what it feels like. But yeah, like, there's so many goddamn fucking grifters, dude. It's insane. But Destiny is just a grifter. Why do we not have rocket fuel? Because we're missing ammonia. Well, if this... Okay, I mean, if this runs out of fuel, it's not a big deal, because we have the fusion reactor, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, there's a lot of stuff we have to fucking do now. There is so much on the table now because we are finished with Aquilo. Grifting cuck strikes again. Many such cases. Okay. Quantum processors, lithium batteries. Sure. So that's going to be the energy shields, and we want the batteries as well. Sup, Sacrificial Melf. Well, it's time to improve our equipment grid. Where are you? you. You're the one who goes back to novice. I want you to take lithium batteries. Just go with 1,000. But yeah, I'm good. I'm awake. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling rejuvenated. What the hell's going on here? Oi, puta. What's going on here? I forgot to connect you, huh? That's fine. Yes, but I'm feeling well rested, rejuvenated. Oh. Well, maybe I wanted to be a little less misogynistic, huh? Have you ever considered that? Maybe I'm trying to learn and grow as a person, and you're just trying to prevent me from growing as a person? Wow. Fine, I'll keep being like a miserable pile of garbage like Tectone and just say, women, am I right, fellas? Is that what you would prefer? Is that what you want from me? Women, am I right, fellas? Ugh. Women. The bot is still broken. I have no idea what's wrong. Yeah, I think the bot's just fucked. Oh, I know. You're very upset, sacrificial MILF. You want to just pester her and harass me with the bot. No, I don't think so. I don't think I will do the thing. No. I see what the problem is now. Carbon. That's why this thing gets completely filled with a bunch of garbage. Do the roar? I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. What are you talking about? Alright, so the other things we need to make... Shrek. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're talking about. Oi, I don't get it. I really need to get rid of this ice so then I can make more ammonia. Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Okay, you need to relax. Shrek is clearly a gay man. He's gay. He's a queer. He's a big homo. For show. We all know. Alright, so we want the flying combat heavy aircraft. It's got railguns, missiles, and a whole bunch of shit. Tank shells. Big equipment grid as well. Okay, we do have recyclers here. Where's the telescope? We need the one aesthetic telescope. There you are. Give me you. And we're gonna get some recyclers. Because we need to get rid of all this ice, because I need ammonia. Need more ammonia to be produced. Because we got way too much damn ice. You are not quite ready to leave yet, because we don't have our missiles. Need to make sure that nothing crashes. Okay, you drifting off a little bit like that's fine. It's whatever. Just want to wait until there's some more missiles, rockets on the ground before we actually head out and start you having to do runs like your predecessor. Okay, that's the batteries, good. Alright, you'll be fine for now. Alright. I think it's time for us to get out of here. The jammed radar collector. This needs a cryogenic plant to make. Jammed. Do we need these things here? Should be fine for now. Oh, I don't think I need that for now. Captive spawners. I think we're just going to ignore those for now. I don't think we need either of them. Which means, what else is there for us to take care of? I think we just head straight to Fulgora. We will need captive biter spawners, but we're going to take care of those later. We're gonna grab this stuff first.
Oh, and our content ID strike is about to be gone as well. It's going to be gone in about 2 days. Some decent news, actually, you know? We're getting some good news. What the? Good news for me? Social ostracization. I'm just gonna say exile. I don't know how to spell ostracize. Ostracization. There we go. Sure. Ostracized nation. Australia? I don't know why that hard. Like, okay, this could just be me being dyslexic or whatever, but some words hard sometimes, very difficult. But Daho, you made your whole thing about speaking words. It's like, well, that's true. Very stupid of me to do that, but you know. You fool. Netflix declines to raise offer for Warner Bros. Well, that means Paramount Skydance is about to eat up another media conglomerate. Great. Oh boy. You fool. God damn it. Why did this thing crash? Oh, rather
it's frozen. Peter! Zohran Mamdani went on call with Trump after ICE did an illegal raid on Columbia University and got the immediate fucking release there. That's crazy. God, he's so good. Why, Zohran, why is he so good, man? There we go. No longer frozen, eh? Why is he so good, man? He is just 10 out of 10, bro. Oh, and there's a dumbass fucking far-right dipshit who's a fan of the fact that the Ellisons are going to run every single media conglomerate. Very cool. That's fantastic. One of the first things we're going to also cover is, where is Summerlee? There we go. Working Families Party. One of the other State of the Union addresses that we've not talked about yet. I want to see that specifically. Netflix winning the bidding war. Talk about media consolidation. Very cool. Great. Fantastic. Because here's the thing, we're gonna need someone like more aggressive than Teddy Roosevelt if we want to even like think about stopping all the media conglomeration. Because, I mean, here's the thing. Alright, someone kick an Esper just for Alex. Because here's the thing with all this, like, media conglomeration bullshit. The only reason why the right does all of the buying up of every fucking media conglomerate so they can push their dog shit onto people is because they know that, organically speaking, nobody fucking likes any cultural output of the right. That's why they do it. Nobody fucking likes that shit. Everyone hates it. It's dog shit. Yeah, and a Zionist is now also bought Warner Brothers as well. Nobody's on their side, so they buy Warner Brothers and they just buy all the media instead. It's very cringe. Hmm. Guys, don't we all love media conglomeration? It's my favorite thing. Ugh. Hmm. Bwah, bwah. Good night. Oh, good night. Good night, Randy. You're gonna fall asleep to my stream. That's crazy. That's true, I am woke. I'm gonna see, is there a video about Zoran Mamdani yapping with the president? Zoran Mamdani, Trump. No. Oh. There is. Hmm. Right, Luigi Mangione's not going to face the death penalty. It's pretty big. We're not gonna sit here and wait for all this bullshit. Alright, it's time. Time to make some fucking titans. Or at least begin researching for titans. Quantum processors. Quantum. God fucking damn it. Where are you, bastard? Lithium. Okay. It is time to begin extraction of Titan bits. We've been sitting on all this shit for a while now. Okay, so what do we need? We need these things. Ruin excavators. In the labs? Interesting that you take these science packs as well. It's fascinating. Let's see how this thing works. Yo, look at this. That's a lot of ammo. That's a good noise it's making. I'm guessing we lose the ruin then, huh? Alright, so the purpose of these reverse labs is they take material and they turn it into science packs. And other material. What we care about is the science packs. Time for us to run all over this planet and extract ruins. So we can make a bunch of science. Because you can build, I think, this science pack. The 40k science pack. Yeah, but you need endgame science for that. And it's very expensive. So, not really feasible. Better to reverse engineer. Use that to increase our speed and excavation rate. We'll use the islands to our advantage. A lot of this stuff is pretty useless. Brown. Brown. Extraction failure. Oh, this thing can fucking fail? Oi. Looks like I don't really have a choice besides just let that thing go for the time being. See what it makes? Basically. Let that thing go, see what happens. Ugh. No, that's fine then. Well, in the meantime, let's just get started on some of our bullshit then. Got a lot to start. Lots to yap about. That thing did not refresh. Very annoying.
Nope. Alright. The Working Families Party. Let's start with this shit. So, besides the incredibly, I will say, ineffective Democratic response that was basically done by the broader Democratic establishment, there was also a response to the State of the Union address that was also conducted by progressives, representatives of the Working Families Party, the Squad, what have you, the more further left flank of the party. That was the other. Well, they're having similarly here talk about their response in particular. So, just like how I wanted to get like a sort of vibe check to see what the Democrats were trying to put out for counter messaging, which was about as terrible as I expected. Not really surprising whatsoever. The Democrats are not going to learn any lessons from 2024. I want to see what exactly, people that I would have higher standards for have to say. Why don't we take a look?
Evening. I'm Congresswoman Summer Lee, and I'm honored to deliver the Working Families Party response to the President's State of the Union. The Working Families Party is the political party for working people, not the bosses, not the big dollars. I'm proud to be a part of a movement that is built for and by the people. So let's start with a simple truth. What we are witnessing from our government is authoritarianism. Any response that doesn't acknowledge that truth is a disservice to Americans who deserve and need honesty right now.
True.
I listened to Donald Trump's speech tonight. While Trump and his friends profit off his presidency, he's gaslighting us. He wants to convince working families that we're better off under his regime. But we know the truth. Our country is in crisis. For millions of Americans, affordability is out of reach. Trump has driven up the unemployment rate, cutting thousands of federal jobs across the country.
So I'm probably not really going to disagree much at all with the substance in particular, right? Because let's be honest here, Summer Lee is correct, and I would also make the argument that this is already better in comparison to the response that the Democrats have already. The reason why I say that it is already better than the response that the Democrats had is for one reason, and, one reason only. They're actually willing to be tangible, let's say. Yeah, they're actually willing to be tangible with a lot of the, I would say, more positions. Maybe not positions, but a lot more of these sort of things and items, let's say, the policies that the progressives are basically going to have to actually try to push back against Donald Trump, right? Because the thing with Abigail Spamberger's, right, like, response to the State of the Union, right? If there is one thing we can say about it, it's just like, okay, it's not the worst thing on the planet. It's competent. It's there, I guess, it's not, it's like, a lot more of the quote-unquote, don't you guys think that Donald Trump is a meanie bobini McFeenie? And it's just like, okay, sure, like, Beer Bash with the raid of 2 people. I appreciate that, bud. How's it going, Raiders? Let me get the shout out for you. Can't believe that Boy Meets Mini is not here. Shirking his duties, SMH my head. But what were you up to today, Raiders? Not... Shout out. Not raid. Idiot. Yeah, we're gonna ban Boy Meets Mini. There you go. Minecraft. Electric bass in guitar on stream. Yeah. Neat. Minecraft. Find the bastards about Napoleon III. Moron nephew of Napoleon. Neat. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very epic. You love to see it, folks. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, that's pretty true. I mean, yeah, that's pretty true. I am a fence player, I suppose. Very well, Daho, very, very well known for playing a fence. Or something. Well, anyway, right now we're going over Summer Lee and the Working Families Party response to the State of the Union address. Because there's a bunch of smaller stuff that I'm mostly looking to tackle today because of, well, there's just a lot of shit going on. Anywho. What was I saying? Besides a big fucking yawn. Anywho. Right. Working Families Party, expecting more, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I'm like... In terms of the substance, the Working Families Party is going to, generally speaking, be better. I am expecting something better from them. It's good that they are being more specific about their sort of asks and demands. Well, maybe not demands, but they're already being more specific about policy prescriptions because the Democrats were not specific with their policy prescriptions. They left it incredibly vague and open-ended on purpose. And we all know why that's the case. It's because in reality, Chuck Schumer and the Democratic establishment is, broadly speaking, fundamentally just not interested in really sort of solving the problems that created a Trump. They would much prefer to essentially just kick the can down the road and make sure that they have their place in the hierarchy of, well, systems of hierarchy and control when the Peter Thiel Palantir takeover sort of, I guess, like, for lack of a better term, inevitably happens. Because, like, people like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries they're perfectly content with what is going on. They don't really give much of a shit about any of this whatsoever. So they're fine with this. It's whatever for them. So if, I guess for like the lack of a better term, if they can just, broadly speaking, just gain some kind of a benefit out of this politically, they will. They don't give a shit, right, whatsoever. But the Working Families Party, they actually care about trying to have some beneficial outcome for the American people.
He does is making Americans less safe at home and abroad. He's bringing us to the brink of wars in the Middle East and South America. And at home, ICE agents are hunting down human beings and cities are under siege. The FBI is raiding election offices in Georgia. Students are being disappeared for protesting tyranny and genocide in Palestine. The environmental protections we earned after a generation of advocacy are being stripped away. Educators are facing attacks on public and higher education because diversity and truth threaten corporate power. Workers are facing union busting and retaliation. And the Republican-led Congress, it's abdicated its post as a co-equal branch and yielded itself to the oligarchs in the White House. Trump bragged about his tariffs, but they were never about creating jobs. They were a tool for Trump to bully countries or companies into paying fealty to him personally, and about making working people pay the price for his tax cuts for billionaires. The courts have blocked his illegal actions, but for too many small businesses...
I'm just going to say right now, like, just
before we go any further, this is already like way fucking better in comparison to the Democratic response. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. It is full of substance. Nothing but substance here, specifically by Summer Lee, where she is just constantly talking about what can be done. The Democratic Party did not talk about what can be done. They would just do the whole, well, you know, how can we make this specifically about me, 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 me. It's all about me. And that's the biggest problem that a lot of people are having with the Democratic Party, and that why they specifically feel like it is completely out of touch, because to a certain extent, the Democrats absolutely are, right? There is Democratic policy, which is good, and people would want, and would be effective to fucking push for, but the establishment of the party, broadly speaking, is just wholeheartedly uninterested in pursuing any of those very, very, I guess, effective policies that are popular amongst the American people. For what purpose exactly? And just because they want to, I don't know, feel like they are basically having some form of a beneficial position within the hierarchy that we currently find ourselves under. That's all they basically want, right? They want to play along nice, to get along, because they're just like, oh, well, you know, maybe, just maybe, if Palantir does take over, we'll still have a place at the table in comparison to most of these, well, fucking peasants.
Businesses and consumers, the damage is done. He played up his tax cuts, but forgot to mention that it's $1 trillion giveaway to the wealthiest and well-connected. He talked a big game about banning stock trading, but wants to exempt himself so he can keep on cashing in. The state of the union is dire. We can't afford to believe Trump's lies, and we have to pay attention to his actions. This is not a normal time, and our response to it can't be politics as usual.
It's true.
Trump's speech wasn't a list of accomplishments. It was more like an obituary for the country working people built, and a celebration for the billionaires who want to strip it for parts. An obituary for our right to vote.
This is so good that she's basically saying this, because that's exactly what is going on in the United States of America. In terms of what Trump and the Republican Party is basically trying to accomplish at the moment is not a beneficial sort of vision for the future. Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. For him and the Epstein class, it's all about a just complete pillaging of the treasury, all for his rich oligarch buddies and Wall Street and, you know, the tech companies and whatnot, to basically just, well, be the only sole proprietors to benefit. Because everybody knows, well, the billionaires themselves certainly know that, yeah, we're like, our position here is currently completely fucking untenable. We really got not much going for us besides, I don't know, like our stock portfolios. If we don't just try to run out the back with all the money, like, we're basically fucking cooked, and we just need to just extract as much as we can get away with. Yeah, for what broad purpose, broadly speaking? Yeah, just to make the American people suffer, because none of these people really care.
For the ability to make rent or the chance to own a home. For good jobs with the right to organize and strike and stick up for each other. Trump's policies are hurting our communities. Working people feel it every single day. We certainly feel it where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, where I was born, raised, and now represent in Congress. I know what it's like to come from a working class background, to be burdened by student debt, and to witness our communities be neglected time and again. I ran for office because I wanted to make sure the marginalized and unheard voices of my district had representation. Special interests and dark money went hard against me, and still we won. In my district, Pennsylvania's 12th, people work way harder than their paychecks and bank accounts will ever reflect. It's a place where teachers and nurses like my sister show up even when they're exhausted. Where steel workers carry the pride of generations in their hands, and where restaurant cooks start before sunrise and don't sit down again until midnight. And where Childcare workers do some of the hardest work in America and still struggle to pay the rent.
Again, like, you got basically none of this from the Democratic response. For them, it's all about just vote better and me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Which should pretty much just tell you everything. In reality, the Democratic Party does not fundamentally care about actually improving material conditions on the ground. They'll again, do some needle and diming around the edges. They'll have some sort of, like, not spurious, but, like, slight improvements here and there to make things not as terrible as they could be, right? And that's, like, the main problem people, generally speaking, have with the Democrats, right? It's just like, yeah, what you guys are saying, it's like, that's nice and all and great and everything. What are you guys going to do in order to bring the radical change that people are, generally speaking, asking for? And, well, I mean, it's like I said, like, they're just not interested in it.
Have world-class hospitals, yet people can't access the care they need. Insurance companies drive families into bankruptcy. Parents work 2 jobs and still can't afford childcare. Patients ration medicine just to make it to the end of the month. No matter how hard we work, we continue to struggle. That's the real state of our union. This is not an accident. Trump is failing all of us, but he is not failing everybody. Trump promised to lower our costs. Instead, he gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% while cutting your Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania alone, 300,000 people are going to lose Medicaid within the next year. He promised us public safety, but we have an FBI director who's focused on flying on private jets to concerts and hockey games using our tax dollars.
Good she's saying this.
Accountability and transparency, but his DOJ is violating our subpoena, protecting pedophiles and burying documents that name him in the Epstein files. He said he'd make government more efficient, but now seniors can't get anybody on the phone to explain why their Social Security payments stopped. While Americans...
I'm really glad that she, again, like, nothing but substance. I'm glad that she mentioned the fucking Epstein files. I'm surprised that I completely fucking overlooked that. I'm very surprised that the Democrats themselves also did not mention the Epstein files. It's very interesting that they would not do that when it's just such an easy winner for them. It's like, why are you guys not talking about the Epstein files? Like, it is the easiest fucking victory for you guys on the planet, and you guys just don't want to mention it for some reason. That is very, very peculiar. Like, why? Like, you should be mentioning the Epstein files until the cows come home, right? Because it's an easy slam dunk. Everyone agrees that the President of the United States, along with a bunch of rich fucking elitist assholes, have done something real sussy in terms of the Epstein files. And it's obvious. Everyone knows that something weird is going on there. And broadly speaking, it is just a 10 out of 10 easy political fucking dunk. But in reality, we all know why they don't fucking talk about the Epstein files. It's because they're afraid of, I don't know, like Bill Clinton, for some reason, catching wind of it, when in reality, who the fuck cares about what Bill Clinton has to say about any of this stuff? When in reality, nobody fucking likes Bill Clinton. Like, I don't know why we have to try to defend Bill Clinton of all people.
Bank accounts are being drained. Trump and his family have gained billions of dollars from foreign payments and corrupt oligarchs. And while our hearts break for children trapped in ICE detention, Palantir gets to walk away with a $1 billion contract. This is corporate greed and profiteering, and it's a moral failure. We live in the wealthiest country in the world, yet corporate profits grow and wages don't. The stock market may be helping CEOs, but it does nothing for working people's pocketbooks. The portfolios of AI moguls that see no place for you and me in their future might be growing, but not as fast as the unemployment rate for Black women that's up 20% just from last year. The concentration of wealth has created 2 separate Americas, one for a working person and one for the wealthy. And for years, powerful men like Donald Trump and Elon Musk have used the politics of fear and division, telling us that we should blame our neighbors for our struggles. They need you to believe the problem is the immigrant or the trans kid or someone who looks differently or worships differently than you. They want you to look anywhere but at them.
The naming here is very, very good, by the way, because again, I'm going to keep saying the same thing, reiterating the same point consistently over and over and over again. The Democrats did none of this. They did not name, they did not shame, they did not point fingers specifically, and that's very much so on purpose, right? Because in reality, the Democratic Party is not actually interested whatsoever in addressing the problems afoot with the like all the affordability crisis. They're not actually going to do anything about billionaires and whatnot, because in reality, like I've mentioned this before, they're all in the same bed with one another. That's the fucking issue here. So guess what? These people they don't really care about fixing any of the problems.
So whether you live in a city where the rent is too damn high or in a small town where the factory closed down, or whether you come from a community hit by gun violence, opioids, floods, or fires, working families are facing this same reality. Wages that don't keep up with costs, in a system built for corporate CEOs, and a government that is just not doing enough. This rigged system keeps squeezing the people who have it hardest. The communities with the least power, the workers with the least protection, and the families already living on the edge. But we don't have to accept that. The rich, connected, and well-protected may want us to believe this has to remain the status quo, but we can work to make things right. We've seen working people come together from the civil rights movement to the creation of labor unions to change this country for the better, despite powerful opposition. So right now, we need bold policy proposals that meet this moment. We can build an America that works for the many and not just the money. An America where you can actually afford a home, where healthcare is guaranteed, with affordable childcare and education, with paid family and medical leave, and jobs with a union standard. We can create a just and humane immigration system. And let's be clear, you can't reform oppression or hatred. You must abolish it. We can have environmental policies that put the health of our people and our planet over the profits of oil and gas executives. We can fund education instead of endless war and genocide in Palestine or Sudan or anywhere else in this world. That vision
Palestine.
is not radical. It is the bare minimum required for a healthy democracy and for people to pursue happiness and live with dignity. Imagine what it would mean if healthcare wasn't tied to your job, and where you can see a doctor without checking your bank account first, or no parent ever rationing insulin, no family starting a GoFundMe to survive cancer. Medicare for All doesn't just save money, it saves lives, it keeps families out of bankruptcy. Imagine a national jobs program that guarantees dignified union work. Rebuilding roads and bridges, caring for seniors and children, installing clean energy, building affordable housing. No more telling young people there's nothing here for you, or no more small towns hollowed out and just forgotten. A good job does more than pay the bills. It builds pride and community. Imagine childcare that doesn't swallow half your paycheck, and paid leave that allows you to heal, to bond with your newborn, or to care for a parent without risking your livelihood. When people have the basics secured, stress goes down, small businesses grow, families stay together, and democracy actually works because people aren't trapped in survival mode. When the foundation is strong, people can breathe again. We, the people, need this. We need a healthy democracy and systems that work for us. We can have this now. Don't let anybody tell you we can't afford it. We somehow find endless money for ICE, for private prisons to warehouse black and brown people, and for bombs to be sent abroad. But we're told healthcare and childcare are too expensive. And when we begin questioning those priorities, the powerful try to divide us once more. But that old playbook is losing its grip. When Trump returned to the White House for a second time, too many institutions surrendered. but ordinary people stood up when federal immigration agents invaded Los Angeles and Minneapolis. And they killed Keith Porter and Renee Good and Alex Preedy. People didn't stand by. They stood together, protesting, documenting abuses, building mutual aid networks, demanding that ICE gets out of their communities and that Congress not give them another penny. I believe the American people deserves leaders who are as brave as they are, who will wake up every morning ready to fight like hell. This year, we can flip Congress against Trump and against this rigged status quo, but we can't do it by electing more of the same. The Democrats...
Okay, I like that she's saying this specifically, right? Because a lot of... Okay, and this is where I'm going to have to get into some, like, criticisms here specifically of AOC. Will not just... or just be, like, wholeheartedly unwilling to call out a lot of the sort of, like, Democratic establishment. Or not be, like, maybe, like, too specific about it. Because... you have to talk about the main root causes and problems of the issue. It is corporate power. It is the fact that corporations are basically making it much worse for everybody, generally speaking. Period. End of story. And I'm glad that this is being said to here. Republicans aren't the only ones that are the problem. It's also Democrats. Both parties here are the main fucking issue, right? And that needs to always be hammered consistently. Because it's both parties, man. Both parties are fundamentally completely captured and completely corrupt. One is much more open about the sort of open corruption and sort of like lawlessness and ridiculousness, right? That being, of course, the Republican Party, but Democrats as well. Chuck Schumer wholeheartedly, and with his response, just basically had no call to action. Nothing really of substance was basically being proposed, and was saying, like, guys, if we just, like, vote for it, then we're just going to win. When in reality, well, with what Sarah Lee is saying here, more and more, is that, like, no, like, if you go out there, you protest, you make yourself heard, then some form of, actual change is possible, right? And there are people out there that are already doing the same thing. Like, you never got any mention of that specifically from the Democrats, but that's because the Democrats are just wholeheartedly uninterested in actually addressing any of the main problems. They don't care. Simply put, they just do not care. Because again, the same people who line up the pocketbooks of the Republican Party do so for the Democrats as well.
The Democratic Party is at a crossroads. On one side are millions of working people demanding bold action, lower costs, higher wages, Medicare for all. On the other side are corporate donors and consultants who are terrified of upsetting the very interests that rigged this economy.
I'm so glad that she's bringing up consultants, because I fucking hate these all the consultants that exist within Washington and Washington D.C. and whatnot. They are demons. They're demons. They're a bunch of goddamn demons. They just are, folks. Let me tell you something real special, very important. They're demons. The main reason as to why everything is as bad as it is within the Democratic Party, and also broadly speaking for the for specifically the Democratic Party, is because of these demonic consultants. There we go. Jeez, I was like blanking on the word there for a second. These demonic fucking consultants who have just basically made it such that, well, guys, if we just nibble around the edges and barely do anything, we'll probably be able to eke out barely a win and just not try to do anything too extreme or crazy to try to fix any of the problems with the United States of America. And that's why we have Trump currently right now, right? Like, Kamala Harris ran the perfect moderate campaign that all the moderates have wanted, and same with 2016 with Hillary Clinton. The only reason why Joe Biden was even successful was because of fucking COVID. That's literally it. And I'll take that to my dying grave. Only reason why that was effective was purely because of fucking COVID. Period. End of story. And it's made it such that everything is just worse. Everything has only gone worse, generally speaking, because of the sort of like apathy that has been broadly sort of like happening as a result of what is going on with the fucking Democratic fucking establishment. Everyone, broadly speaking, has been getting way more apathetic for very good reasons, I would say, because both parties, people who are in positions of power who could do something about the issues are just, they're just not interested in doing anything. They just don't care. Nobody fucking cares. And it's made it such that everyone's just like, what's the point of doing anything? If not, like, nothing is worth anything right now. Who the fuck cares about trying to bring forth effective change? And I'm, honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, who can really fucking blame anyone for saying this? Who can really blame anyone?
The first place. That tension shows up in watered down bills and speeches that sound bold but govern small. You can't promise relief while protecting corporations driving up the prices.
I'm so glad she's saying this stuff.
Labor while taking checks from the union-busting CEOs. And you cannot defeat MAGA while keeping billionaires comfortable. In other words, you can't serve two masters. That's why the Working Families Party exists, to help us bring bolder people into government who better reflect the vision of working people. Look at Congresswoman Delia Ramirez, a daughter of Guatemalan immigrants in Chicago who expanded Medicaid, built affordable housing, and protected people from eviction as a state legislator before bringing that same fight to Congress. Or Congresswoman Latifah Simon, who worked for more than 30 years helping survivors of violence and trafficking. Now she's here in Congress to push for affordable housing and transit that connects people and that helps them get to work, and for an economy that doesn't treat Black and brown communities as disposable.
Based.
Look at New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who took on Andrew Cuomo and his corporate backers and won. He led a movement of renters, young people, and working families who had been told their voices did not matter. He proved that when you show up, when you speak clearly about how to meet people's basic needs, the people respond. And now, look at New Jersey's newest Democratic nominee, Ana Lilia Mejia. She started her race at 5%. She was outspent 10-1, and she's still...
Just a quick comment on that race, right? Like, not to sort of, like, downplay Analia Maleja's victory. Very good victory, fantastic, great to fucking see, blah, 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 blah. The funniest thing about that is that the AIPAC candidate, or I forget the name of the dude, but basically it was a completely split race between three different establishment candidates. There was an AIPAC-based candidate, there was a dude, a Democratic establishment candidate who had some slight criticisms of AIPAC, and also the sort of like, I forget what the term is that was used by the Majority Report, but there was a sort of like preferential Democrat nominee who also ran in that race as well. And it made it such that the race was so ridiculously split amongst all these people that it became sort of impossible, maybe not like impossible, but it basically made it such that it was it split the vote in a bunch of different ways and opened up the avenues specifically for Adelita Maleja to be able to win there, who was the progressive Bernie-backed candidate, because New Jersey's 11th, very suburban district, very, very sort of like probably like a white-collar worker, more sort of like the ideal constituent that Chuck Schumer, broadly speaking, wants to appeal to. You know, the professional managerial class types and shit like that.
Won because she outworked party bosses and billionaires. And as a former director of the New Jersey Working Families Party, she had a record of delivering, raising the minimum wage, guaranteeing paid sick days, and defending voting rights. And there is more of this to come. Our democracy does not work when big money owns politicians. Americans are sick of a corrupt elite few causing all this harm. And that's why I introduced a bill to abolish the super PACs they use to control our country. The obscenely rich shouldn't be able to call the shots in our...
I have to say, the fact that super PACs exist within the Democratic primary process, and they have like a special sort of like exemption separation thing in order to be able to get their votes is genuinely fucking insane to me. I find that to be completely and utterly nuts, dude.
Democracy, and they shouldn't be able to escape accountability. That's also why I moved to subpoena the DOJ to release the full, unredacted Epstein files back in July.
Based?
I know what it feels like to be targeted by billionaires.
The Epstein files, what
attack
the?
ads and smear campaigns meant to silence you. It was demoralizing and exhausting. It was also a waste of their money because our movement won, and we have to keep winning. Because when we have progressives in Congress, we get legislation that meets the moment. We get people who fight for accountability and justice. We get opportunities to do the right thing. So if you're sick of the corruption and the cruelty in this administration, if you're frustrated by Democrats who speak boldly but deliver cautiously, or sometimes even vote with MAGA, then believe that change can and will happen if we build political power together. That's what we're doing at the Working Families Party. Join us. Let me end with this. Trump is trying to steal everything that isn't nailed down for himself and his obscenely wealthy friends. But this level of thievery requires consent. It requires silence, exhaustion, resignation, but we do not have to consent. Our organized labor and our organized money are far more powerful than they want us to believe. So join us. We can reject authoritarianism. We can reject corporate power. We can get money out of politics. We can choose a different path, one where we have each other's backs. Because working people are the majority. And when we come together and fight, we win. Thank you, and good night.
Yeah, damn. It's a good speech. Full of substance. Significantly better in comparison to that of the Democratic the party line response, which was just like, guys, if we just vote, if we just keep voting, then therefore we're going to be able to, I don't know, beat back Meanie, Bobini, McFeeny, scary guy Trump. Which, yeah, sure. Thank you, Democrats, for saying that. Like, doy. Thank you. Very, very cool. But here's the thing. That's not going to fundamentally really fix any of the problems, broadly speaking, right? Like, we all know this, we can all acknowledge this, yada yada yada. And it is good that this is being brought up, this is being mentioned consistently over and 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 over again, right? So it's good to see that this is the case, that Summer Lee is bringing this up and actually having some like vision for the future, even mentioning the fucking Epstein files and whatnot, which for whatever reason the Democrats decided to not mention. We can probably guess why they decided not to mention that. And this is something, a response, well, this is what an actual fucking response looks like. Substantive, an aspirational for the future in comparison to that of the Democrats, where it's just like, if we just keep working on the same thing over and over and over again that brought us Trump, it'll work out somehow and it'll be okay. When it's just like, well, that's a really, really bad argument, because the only reason why Donald Trump was able to win to begin with was because of the current status quo that is put in place. Whereas, of course, Summer Lee and the Working Families Party, the progressives, are suggesting, how about instead of going with what's the same and what we've known for all this time, we actually go with a better path forward, which is going to produce a significantly more equitable outcome that everyone is going to, find beneficial. And generally speaking, I would say that is, significantly better in comparison to that of what the Democrats were pushing, where they were just all like, how about we just focus on ourselves and also just needle and dime around the edges, and then, maybe it'll probably work out or whatever, when that is in reality the exact opposite thing that the American people want. So this is just significantly better in comparison to the I'll say basic. I'll say, because I don't really care. The objectively terrible response that the Democratic Party had for the State of the Union address in comparison to that of the, well, that which the progressives are putting out. Because it turns out progressives actually care about producing equitable outcomes for the American people. And, well, the only path forward, which the Democrats will never fucking seemingly pursue at this point, is providing with, well, I would say people with something that's actually worth latching onto and is worth sort of, I would say, pursuing and improving the general material conditions of people, right? Which, guess what? The Democratic Party is not wholeheartedly interested in. For what reason exactly? Because they get paid by the exact same fucking people that the Republican Party does, and they just want to have their position in the hierarchy when, I don't know, Peter Thiel, I guess, inevitably fucking does the whole Palantir fucking takeover. People like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries just want to be like, well, you know, I just want to make sure that I have a place in the hierarchy so I don't get fucked over by the Baileys. I have to do everything for the Baileys. Everything is for the Baileys. Of course, the Baileys, the Baileys. We love the Baileys. And that is why progressives, broadly speaking, will always be better on this issue and always provide better critique in terms of the systems that currently govern us in comparison to that of all the CIA fucking stooges that the Democratic Party seem to think are going to speak to the broader general sensibilities of the American people. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice. We do not need any of the stuff for our fluoroketone mule. Import 3,000 of those. Lovely. Very cool. Good bit, good segment, good shit there by Summerlee. Love to see it. Alright, barreling machines complete. That's going to be for our bullshit here. We're going to need to ship cryogenic plants and diffusion plants to Maluna, because we need to build ships with those things, as well as fluoroketone barrels, but that's going to be for the fluoroketone mule to take care of. Yeah, so your purpose is simple. You will be distributing fluoroketone to planets that need it. You are a fluoroketone mule. Yeah, fucking the fucking daboo. Someone get the daboo out of here. Fucking daboo. Fuck you, daboo. Alright, fusion. We're gonna want a bunch of these. And always to have a bunch of these on hand. Fusion cells. We're gonna need those. We'll go with 500 of these. These are cheap. Very cheap. And then we also need fluoroketone barrels. We'll go with a couple hundred. Always make sure we have a couple hundred on hand, and then the mule is going to be bringing these to us to Maluna. Kills you. How dare you say these things? Kills you. Eats you. Turns you into a breakfast sandwich. Trotsky would not appreciate that. Well, Trotsky would get ice picked in the back of the head, and I'm not looking to get ice picked in the back of the head, so... Oh, we got something. No space to put results. Check a container is connected and has free slots in it. Oh, we can't fucking... What kind of fucking container are we supposed to use for this? Yeah, Mexico. Mexico? Did you think I wouldn't know that? You really thought I didn't know that? Oh, I know. I know. I'm aware. I went to the Diego Rivera Museum in Mexico City. It's where I learned that Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo were friends with Trotsky. What cock and ball torture? It's crazy. Imagine being friends with Trotsky. What? Oh my god, Trotsky! I'm trying to sound like a Spider-Man villain. Trotsky! Boing, boing, boing. Trotsky! Alright, is my fluoroketone mule almost ready? Well, it's built, and now we're just waiting to get a whole bunch of other shit. Lovely. Replace that with that. Replace that with that. Okay, fluoroketone mule. Really, the only thing that we mostly need is just superconductors so we can make quantum processors. But we have everything we need, basically. We have lots of guns. We have lots of fusion reactors. So we can start to build fusion reactors. We have plenty of fusion power cells to make sure our fusion reactors can stay nice and powered for forever. I mean, look at this thing. We're gonna have the Void Dragon, I think, grab some of these fusion reactor bits, because I think for Vesta, we need to have these on hand with us. So, fusion reactors. So, probably need to have these on hand, and we are almost out of storage on the Void Dragon again. It's very annoying. I always need to carry a bunch of shit with me. Puta! No one asked, Logan. No one asked. No one cares. Let me guess. You recently commented on the Asmongold video. I'm taking a guess. I'm taking a stab in the dark. Yep. Whoa, crazy. An Asmongold fan. Oh, whoa. I can't believe a hecking small streamer is not fondling Asmongold's cock and balls like I do every single day. I have a little shrine dedicated to him every single day. Oh, yeah, where else? All these people are always on YouTube. Dude, I have to fondle his balls. It's the only thing that brings accomplishment to my life. Nah. Okay, dude. That's true. Real and true. Okay, that's all fixed. Is it because we have better ammonia? Yes, we do. The ammonia is A-okay, because we are recycling all the extra ice. So it's fine. It's fine and dandy. So everything should be stable here. We just need to wait for the mule to be made. So then we can start to distribute fluoroketone to a bunch of places. Because now, what we need to make, and what I need to fix, is specifically on Novice. We need to basically make a system for you. We need you to be able to send the canned iron bacteria.
We need to figure out the whole biofusion science pack, because now with how we're gonna do it this time is through the captive biter nests, and we'll just do direct insertion into a rocket silo. I'm going to be shoving alien eggs inside of a rocket to transport them to turn them into packs of science. Very important. But we need barreled fluoroketone to do that, because we need fluoroketone in order to make the captive biter nests. There is also the captive copper spitter spawners as well, or the captive biter spawner and the captive this shit. Probably nothing. I don't think I need any of these things, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I need these. I'm trying to think. Do I have any use for this? I mean, my little system that I have just with my ship and the captive spawners that I have, it's more than enough. I mean, it would just make it such that I don't need that ship anymore, and I could just do it through belts. It's easier for me, technically speaking, that way, but I don't need to. Now, for the captive biter spawners, it's more important that we have these specifically available to us for Prometheum science. So these we need to keep. These we'll need. These, we don't really need them. Those we do need. Let me see. Jammer. You do not need any fluoroketone, you just need cryogenic plants, but we can just do a quick trip with the Void Dragon in order to bring that to where it needs to go. And then we can start producing those. Jammed radar, or the jammed spawners. Because it's meant to replace this shit. Which, I mean, we don't really have to replace, but it's whatever, right? Like, who cares? Is there anything that's changed in these areas? Oh, by the way, bad news with these things specifically, besides the fact that they can build artillery, they can't shoot. They don't do anything, so it's fine. These things definitely survive nukes. 120,000 health. It probably takes 2 nukes to take them down. Which ain't great. You're getting refueled, aren't you? No, you're low on power. Why are you low on power? No ice? No ice, no water. It's box standard. Just go home, just go home.
Okay. We can leave again. We can leave again. Forgot to open these damn fucking gifts. It's almost midnight. Not like this. Ooh. Perfect. Made it. And I can fight this rocket grunt. I can double up on my grunts. Lovely. Well, well, well. If it isn't the LARPer decided to fucking come out of the woodwork. Well, 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 if it isn't the born-again virgin Boy Meets Minnie. Well, 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 if it isn't the super virgin Boy Meets Minnie. Shadow Litwick, eh? Oh, that's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Well, well, well. Ah, this? Oh, this is nothing. Soon we're gonna make a number 3. There's gonna be Void Dragon 3. We got Void Dragon 2, but we're gonna have to make Void Dragon 3. Actually, I'm going to be intelligent and use something with Fine Whip to charge energy. He'll do the job just fine. Well, all we can do right now is just wait on Novice. Our next planet that we're probably going to head to... I don't know where I want to head to next. Where am I going to head next? Well, we need to actually make the biofusion science packs first. Tentacruel? I don't want Tentacruel. Fuck off. I can get super effective hits on you with a grass type? Cringe! I'm cringing. I need to do this for my level up quests. Greninja. Whatever. Okay, so as soon as we fix the biofusion science pack, because that's the next thing we're going to try to fix, the next step will be tearing this up completely. It is time. For the cryo lab. This thing can only be built on Maluna, and we gotta ship in a whole lot of shit for this bad boy right here. We need quantum processors, we need eggs. Both eggs. Biter egg's not gonna be a problem. Pentapods are gonna be a little annoying. I'll keep that around just in case. Not the second fucking LARPer. Shut up, Alex. You are a homosexual, and Asmongold will throw you in a camp. A second LARPer has hit the Daharumba channel. Win a raid, win a max battle, power up to Pokemon 25 times. Okay, it will take long. I need to remember what these shitters do. Tales of Transformation Pokemon Go. Is that what gives Shiny Keldeo? Or does it give it Resolute Keldeo? That's what gives Resolute Keldeo. What's the Pokemon Go quest for Shiny Keldeo? I see. Right, it was something that you had to pay $8 for. Which I definitely did not buy. The only other legitimate method to get a shiny Keldeo is by completing the Pokedex for that, blah 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 blah. Never mind. You can't fucking get it. You have to just
fucking forehead buy it. That's so stupid. And I definitely did not buy it. This will probably make a return at some point in time, though, if I were to make a bet. You know the richest man in India, Ambani, his younger brother's 170 mentions in the Epstein files. Party invites. Pedophile. Pedophile? Pedo, 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 pedo. Pero. Well, so boy meets me. You don't pay attention to how fast I go. Alright. So I have a new ship that I'm going to test out now. That's too racist. And here's the thing. I'm just a guy in a walking sarcophagus. Alright, so where is our little guy? You know what I forgot to do? I completely forgot about the portable fusion reactors. Okay, first off, we're going to get more of these. We'll send you to Saris. Pick a bunch of those up. I want these. A portable fusion reactor. Portable fusion reactor from mixed oxide. Yes, please. We should have the superconductors here, I think. We most certainly do. That's why we brought them here. All right. Let's take a look at this big son of a bitch. Where are you? Brown. Ew. Black. Look at this thing. It's got a fucking railgun. It's got missiles. It can fire tank shells. Fantastic. And it has like 0 fucking storage. And it's got a big fucking equipment grid. We all know what it's time for. Killing. Killing. We're gonna kill! Kill. 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 If we need a ton of single target damage for some reason. Time to make some uranium cannon shells. I don't even know if I make regular cannon shells. Daho, are you expanding the military-industrial complex on your planet? Yes. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, that's right. I can't believe that my principled leftist would expand the military capabilities on his main planet that he's doing imperialism on. How dare he? Reza, are you here to join in our glorious imperialist conquests of the globe, of the stars? That. Are you here to join us in the murder of aliens? Well, that's very base of you to say, because we love murder. We love blood sacrifice. We love killing. I make explosive uranium cannon shells. Oh, lovely. We're going to be doing a lot of murder. As one should, as one does. Boy Meets Mini understands murder very well.
do not have regular uranium cannon shells. Those are explosive cannon shells. But we need regular cannon shells. I guess you have some good news in the UK. I guess besides the fact that your far-right political parties are very fractured and all over the place. Besides that, no, it's true, Boy Meets Minnie. Good news in the United Kingdom. What the fucking cock and ball torture? What the penis? Hey, fucking England! Are you fucking score some goals for England? Hey, you fucking score some goals. Fucking England! Alright. Just want to see how fast this thing is. It's definitely not as fast as the other one, but it's going to have a lot more staying power because of all the missiles and way better fucking guns available. But once we give this thing some fucking thrusters and a bunch of other shit, that's not going to be a problem. But this one is better because it is way faster. So doing bombing runs, the light version is better. This can probably stay in a more protracted, prolonged fight. We still have to wait until I fill up this thing's equipment grid, obviously, because we can put in equipment in this thing. Well, there's also by-elections of the Labour seat reform. UK sent their broadcast Muppet, and the Green candidate won. Nice. So, England is not as dead of a country as I thought it was. And the Greens are actually winning. Based. Watched your speech. It was good. It's good. Good. Some good news. Some fucking good news. We love good news. Oh, the Tectone fans are going to start to find the Think Before You Sleep video, and they're going to start getting mad. I'm going to keep the Shoe on Head video in my pocket for now. For now. I've not put it together yet. But should it go well, actually I'm probably going to upload it tomorrow. That one can potentially also go viral in the very same way as the Asmongold video did, because it's going to mention 3 of these simpering morons' favorite fucking simps. I didn't talk about BAFTA-gate. My position on BAFTA-gate was basically like, the dude has Tourette's, so people are going to give him a lot of shit. Does he necessarily know that it's... Because there was an update to that, right? The update to that was that
the guy himself did not apologize for saying the N-word, which is bad. Which makes me think, like, he probably didn't say it on purpose, but the fact that he didn't apologize for saying it makes him look really bad. The BBC looks bad for not censoring it, obviously. That's the BBC. The BBC is fundamentally a worthless publication. Terrible fucking publication, objectively speaking. And what else? If the dude with Tourette's said he was sorry, you know? If the dude with Tourette's said he was sorry for what he said, then... Because I, like, listen, it's a guy with Tourette's. Like, I'm not gonna, like... shit fucking happens. And if he was just like, yeah, I'm sorry that I did that. I fucked up here. Then it would have been fine. But he didn't do that. That is true. BBC also censored Free Palestine and stuff. Like, the BBC, honestly, out of all of this, is the worst. Not the black Hebrew Israelites. Those fucking psychopaths. Actually, it's not free. It's Free Philistine. Come on. Get it right. Free Philistine? Doi? We're going back to true biblical interpretations here. Doi? Use 200 super effective charged attacks and earn 1,000,000 Stardust. Well, we can just take our time on those ones. I did just finish the level up task for walking a route for 7 days in a row, so I don't have to think about that anymore. The super effective charged attacks, that can be done whenever and is very, very easy. Just the dust. It's just the only thing that takes time. I'm already 200k. I barely have done anything. So that's good. Also, my damn fucking alt account got banned. Well, I got a warning. But, yeah, it got banned. Which annoys me, because I was going to use that also to play the global event during the weekend. Now I have to use another account, which means I have to buy stuff for that, which annoys me, because I'm poor. But I gotta do it. I need to get Klefki. And then all that's left is Scatterbug, and then I'll have a full, shiny Kalos Pokedex in Pokemon Go. Yes, well, you know. Okay, you know what? Let's just head to Aquilo now with our ill-gotten gains. Okay, where are those fusion reactors? Portable mixed oxide reactor, and then fusion. How many do you take? 1. So we have enough for 60? Excuse me. Fucking Mike from PA sawing out about sewer socialism. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, Mondani has been currently fucking killing it right now. Like, he had another... We're gonna be talking about our boy. Zoran. Like, all the conservatives are complaining about the people who are clearing piles of snow for, like, what, 30 to 45 bucks an hour, right? They were fucking complaining about that. Like, hey, dumbass. First off, if you're complaining about taxpayer-funded services, okay? This is what shit the fucking city does, okay? Fucking cope and seethe about it. Retards. You fucking... this is the taxpayers getting their fucking money back for doing services for the goddamn city. Like, it's so pathetic that this is the only sort of excuse. I'm just gonna fucking quote tweet this, because Jack Posovic's fucking retarded. Yeah, oh, so the taxpayers are getting the money for doing a bit of shuffling. A bit of shoveling. Wonderful. They're so fucking stupid, man. Also, by the way, Paramount won the bidding war for Warner Brothers after Netflix withdrew, so... By the way, CNN is a part of Warner Bros., so everything is going to get worse in terms of the information silo that exists within the United States of America. That's cool. Didn't his father, Elder Ellison, own a Hawaiian island and sealed it off? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. That is a lot of ice. Why is Indian Twitter dunking on Modi?
Purchased 98% of a Hawaiian island of Lanai from billionaire David Murdoch for approximately $300 million. Moved the island full-time, transformed it into a luxury wellness destination. He's using that as a fucking live forever laboratory, like all these freaks do. I just want to live forever. Of course. Peter Thiel's building something like that in Honduras. We need our billionaire rape bunkers. Let me tell you, folks, we need our billionaire rape bunkers. Who's ready for some rape bunkers? Let me tell you, folks, we need more rape bunkers. It's gonna be great, folks. It's gonna be great. Luigi time? Whoa, 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 that's anti-Semitic. What exactly? Do I want to build a fusion reactor for Novice? What? Yeah, it's anti-Semitic. Come on, Alex, you should know that. Pepe. Whoa, 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 you're being anti-Semitic. Where do I want to build this fusion reactor? Well, I don't need to build it on a lake. We're gonna need the increase in power because of all the new labs that we're about to get. They're gonna be pretty power hungry. How much power do you guys eat? 1.5 megawatts each. That's not as expensive as I thought it would be. It's expensive. But if we're going to have a couple hundred of these going on all at the same time, fully beaconed and moduled out, we're going to need some fucking better power. And that's where fusion reactors are going to come in. I probably want to at least make a fusion grid that's probably going to provide me about, let's go with 5 gigawatts of power. Yeah, let's go with a 5 gigawatt fusion reactor. I just need to know what my ratios are be. How many reactors and stuff that I need. Factorio.
I just need to know how much stuff I need. Hello, Blueprint. 5.4 gigawatts. I need a lot more shit. But hello, Blueprint. How many fusion reactors is that? That's only 12. Okay, it's not as many as I thought, but we definitely need more reactors. 5.4 gigawatts will definitely get the job done, and we'll just have to... How are we going to supply the fucking shitters, though? Because I'm probably going to build it, like, around here. I'm gonna stick it right here. Yeah, we're going to stick it right here. We need to bring in the fluoroketone barrels and all that stuff, which means I'm going to need a cargo ship to bring the barrels back and forth. Yeah. We're going to snatch this blueprint for ourselves. By the way, to make the exact same... So this is 5.4 gigawatts, right? Pretty compact, all things considered, right? These shitters put out about 4 gigawatts. Yeah. I would have to get at least 2 more of these to get what I want. This is 5.4 gigawatts right here. Each reactor puts out about 50 megawatts. Each one of the reactors, or rather the little, you know, shits that are going out, yeah, it's 500 megawatts each. Or 50 megawatts each.
Fusion reactors are really fucking good. Damn, that's right. Now, from this design, we're going to remove all of the substations and all of the power poles. We're going to remove all of them. Save blueprint. Because we are going to use our good old pals, the hypercell substations. This is going to be the location. Let's just see if we can fit this here. I have a feeling that we probably will be able to. We definitely can. We just have to finagle it in somehow. Yeah, we just have to finagle it in. Let's get rid of all this shit first. We'll bring some bots specifically just for this alone. And then I wanted to do this so then we can figure out how we're going to fit in these things. Oh, we got a perfect little fucking nook right there. Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is fucking perfect, actually. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And just like that, easy clap. There we go. New contents. Save. Have you heard of clavicular? Yes, I have heard of clavicular. We've talked about clavicular. We have most certainly talked about clavicular. It's all, listen, it's all just like, men will do literally anything except get therapy type shit. That's like literally, like that's the easiest way to basically assess that, is men will do anything except get therapy. Also, let's fucking immediately start by doing one of these. And I need to re-update the fucking blueprint again. Save blueprint. Lovely. So just like this will be a 5.4 gigawatt reactor. And then we can just copy and paste this as many times as we need. But this is definitely very, very easy to grid out. It's a very, very good design here. I was thinking to myself, should I just make a train? Should I make a train that brings the necessary material here? Because I could either do this with a train or I could just do this with a flying cargo ship. Either one is fine. You need a little bit of barreled fluoroketone in order to kickstart the process, and then after that you don't need any more. But that's for the fluoroketone mule. This will be 2100. This thing is going to be armed to the fucking teeth. With a lot of weapons. We'll stop with the Factorios there for now, though. We'll build that reactor tomorrow. The reactor won't take very long. The Void Dragon's there. I can already pick up the necessary pieces. right. Dead Domain is asking for anything valued to contribute about Leaflet, Nux, Cheapy, Kersha, and any other VTuber dorks in their orbit.
Opportunity for networking? What the? Listen, I'll contribute. I hate all those people.
They're all miserable. Making all the conservatives very, very mad about, what? Bullshit is always funny. But we're gonna be yapping about a lot of smaller stories. Smaller stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that has been on the backlog that I just want to get out of the way. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to yap about, I'll be honest. Okay. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom, do all of this good shit. Blah, 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 blah. Stretch my legs. Mention again that there will be no stream Sunday, and at some point in March, I will be doing a panel with friend of the show, Daedalus, from Two Guys Talking History, about ice. I'm going to be going on a panel show. Because for those who may remember, we did a panel show with Daedalus from Two Guys Talking History a while ago, specifically on the election. And that was fun. Blah, 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 blah. It was a chill panel. It was a good panel. Good panel. Daedalus tapped me on the fucking shoulder, say, "Hey, join another panel." I'm like, okay, I will join the panel. Very cool. Anyway, that's the news I wanted to impart to everyone. We're going to grab water, we're going to stretch my legs, I'm going to go to the bathroom, blah, blah, blah. And I will be right back.
We're going to be covering a lot of stuff, which is good. Don't want that open. I want this open. We'll talk about... do I want to do the Tucker Carlson thing with Jabroni? I think I will. No, it's the anti-Semitism. It's basically the interview specifically being done by not Zoran, but by Tucker Carlson with Mike Huckabee, which was insane, obviously. Secured the release of a Colombian student detained hours ago by ICE. One phone call. Cleared every sidewalk and bike lane after 18 inches of snow. Paid temp workers a lot of money for that. Hosting rental rip-off hearings across New York to give tenants across the city a platform to air their grievances. Very good. First comment on this YouTube video of from MSNBC. NYC Mayor Mamdani meets with Trump at White House. Mamdani would have won The Apprentice. I mean, true. I mean, that's just true. I mean, that's just real and true and based and bonkers and absolutely. Yeah, he would have won. He would have won. He would have fucking cooked his ass. Luigi. ICE agent whistleblower. Thank you for the follow, Castrol. I appreciate that, bud.
Former ICE agent who...
I thought I was about to sneeze. Okay, I wasn't going to sneeze. Mamdani gives Trump fake front page to cajole him into supercharging New York City housing. That's so good. Yeah, many people are a fan of Gengar. Appreciate that, Kostrel. Appreciate that, bud. It's funny. I got like a YouTube comment talking about like, why do you have that Gengar there? That's incredibly childish. You're like 30 years old. I'm like, what? Why are you complaining about that? I was like, what's wrong with you? I just reminded it's the 27th. It's gonna be the Pokemon Direct. Oh, we're gonna have some content tomorrow, eh? Oh, we're gonna have some content tomorrow. That's good. Ugh. Humans annoy me. Alright, Android. Hillary Clinton. Posting Pokemon plushes? What the? Genesect? I see how it is.
Actually, one of those is not a Pokemon plush. The Mewtwo is not a plush.
I also get a lot of hate because I'm a huge fan of Pokemon. I still play Pokemon Go in the Big 26. Oh, the people who are just haters of Pokemon are just stupid. Very, very low IQ, very dumb.
I can't believe you as an adult are a fan of Pokemon. Yeah.
It's like, it's the most popular fucking franchise on the planet, dude. Hello? Why are you shitting on me for that? Everybody likes Pokemon. Grew up with Gen 4. It's a good gen. There's a 23-year-old playing Pokemon Go after a shitty job. I'm 30. I still play Pokemon Go. I still play that shit. This weekend I need to try to get Shiny Klefki. Also, I might as well put Keldeo on the fucking list because I can't get Keldeo now in Pokemon Go. Unless they decide to do the Masterwork research again. Which I didn't buy. Puto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 shinies left, and I will have a full shiny dex in Pokemon Go. One of those, of course, being Rotom and Carnivine. How am I going to get those? I'll figure it out. Mostly because I slowed down and stopped playing the game as much because I just got bored. I played Pokemon Go since 2016.
I played for about a year, then I got bored of the game because I had no one else to play with, so I got kind of bored. And then I came back in around 2020? 2019, 2020, 2019. And then I made the goal for myself to mostly abuse the broken incense that existed during COVID. I was just like, I'm just going to abuse the shit out of this and have incense running at all fucking times because it's cheap and it's broken. And I was getting like 3 shinies a day. And I used that to basically supercharge my shiny collection. There was a point in time where I had I think like 7 shinies left to get for Pokemon Go, and then I would have been done with the shiny decks. And then I got bored of the game. I'll save the EPA thing for later. I'll do the Tucker Carlson thing today. Ice Agent Hillary, Attack on Cuba, Zoran. I'll save the Nuxtaku sweepers then for tomorrow as well. This will be more than enough stuff. Still make the dent that I want to make. It's just a nice game. TBH in a rod where I'm from. A rod? Not too many players. I have the gyms all across the city with her Pokemon. I have almost 3,000 Pokemon coins at this moment. Nice, nice, nice. No, we have no idea who the fuck Bubba is. No, they get a video about the Cuba attack. You have a good one, Castrol. I appreciate the follow, appreciate the yaps, bud. Thank you. You keep on keeping on with Pokemon Go. I believe in you, buddy. Cuba. Actually, we're gonna do this story instead. Okay. Got
that stuff. Lovely. We love that. I keep getting attacked by the Phlegm Nation. Okay, we got this. Ice. Netflix. Zoran. What was the other thing I said I wanted to do? Hillary Clinton released her opening statement to the House Oversight Committee. Right, because it was the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee who subpoenaed Hillary Clinton to testify in front of the Oversight Committee, if I recall correctly, right? Because as far as we do know, did Hillary Clinton ever meet with Jeffrey Epstein? No, it was just Bill. Bill did. That's for certain. Hillary Clinton probably does appear multiple times in the Epstein files, but that's because Bill Clinton probably talked about her. Does that make sense? Do I care about Mike Huckabee making the claim that the IDF is more humane than the United States military? No, because it's obviously not the case. So who cares about that shit? Okay. Well, I don't care about these guys debating each other over Iraq because Tucker Carlson was also rah for Iraq as well. He's a liar. He's against it now because he's doing like the populist conservative paleocon bullshit. So anything he says about that is a lie. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care.
There's a thing, the report that I'm trying to look for now is specifically about multiple countries coming out and saying, hey, United States, what did you guys mean exactly by your ambassador to fucking Israel saying all this fuck shit about the Greater Israel Project? Oh, they all can. Okay, here we go. They condemn the statements, which makes sense. Because again, I don't know where Boy Meets Minnie is. Is Boy Meets Minnie here? Where's that bastard Boy Meets Minnie? But I got everything I want. Where's that bastard Boy Meets Minnie? JD Vance praised Tucker Carlson's interview of Ambassador to Mike Huckabee. That's very funny. Buddy, that was a complete disaster for your administration. Led to international condemnations. It's a very good debate to have. It's like, no, you should just not be treating these death cultists seriously. Not that Tucker Carlson's coming at this from a, like, principled position. Right? Being concerned about Palestinian Christians. He's doing this because he is just an anti-Semite. That's it. He's a Hitlerite? It's true. Oh yeah, by the way, there was also more of the Epstein dominoes are falling. A ton of people resigned from their fucking positions, right? I'm gonna say that as well. Epstein resignations. Is it enough? No, these people should all be in jail, but start. Let me guess, Dottie, you're also an Asmongold simp. Oh, I didn't say anything. Okay. She's trying to make a deal with Trump to get a pardon. I mean, she said she's not going to testify or say anything unless she gets that pardon, right? Listen, Dottie, post face. What if you think you're so good looking? Listen, I can only assume that you probably look like a pizza-faced fucking dipshit. You're only just crying laughing because you know you look like a pizza face. Okay, pizza face. Sit your white ass down. No one wants to listen to you. Listen, you can cope and seethe about being an ugly little bitch who no one likes, who will die alone, all because you want to be a soy out little fucking Asmongold simp loser. You just keep soying, be cringe, No one wants to listen to you. Everyone fucking hates you. Oh, is that so? Yeah, okay. I didn't even know I self-hate. You don't even know. You, like, little bro, you just came in here and started saying a bunch of stupid fuck shit in YouTube chat. You don't know me. You have no idea about anything about me, but you are definitely projecting way, way more and leaving way, way, way more on the table with all the stupid fuck shit that you're saying, so... I'd say the same for you, buddy. Yeah, you have a very, very white person attitude, okay? Okay, and? I don't give a shit. Does that mean I'm self-hating because I think you're a pizza-faced loser who peaked in high school and just is mad about the fact that Stacy chose Chad or Tyrone over your goofy-looking head ass? Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I don't fucking project that in, like, my attitude. Can't even spell retard right? Damn. Too stupid to spell retard. That's crazy. Too retarded to spell retarded. Can't even spell slurs properly. Listen, Boy Meets Mini. Get rid of them. I don't really care. You've never chosen your entire life? You don't know. You don't know me. I guarantee you, you thought you peaked in high school, and then Stacy chose Chad or Tyrone over your fucking pizza-faced, loser-looking head ass, and then you decided to be an enraged little fucking freak ever since. No, I've just been getting all of my stuff prepared for my segments, bro. And I just got the final thing I wanted to get. Lovely. Is that the correct thing? Nope. Boop. There we go. Got all my stuff. I mean, that dude has spiritual virgin energy. All those people are fucking virgins. And basically accomplish absolutely nothing. Alright, let's get started. Nah. If anything, you're not mean enough, Boy Meets Mini. You need to become more mean. You need to become even more mean. Oh, we got a positive comment. Hey man, just saw this comment field. Wanted to throw some support your way. Sorry you have to deal with Asmongold's rats this way. Oh, it's all good. I'm used to dealing with these 5 IQ virgins who are all mad about the fact that Stacy chose Tyrone over them in high school. Like, I don't care. I would not be doing this if I just didn't care about what these people think about me. If I cared about what these people thought about me, then I wouldn't be doing this. Why would I be doing this? I don't give a shit. Fuck these people. They're not even human. Ooh, that warpsmith looks nice. Tech Marines, but chaos. Alright. Let's get started with this. Zoran Mamdani, the man, the myth, the legend, the one who can bring the Democratic Party out of the brink of extinction. Let's just call a spade a spade. Well, I mean, it's crazy to see that he just keeps producing more and more beneficial results for the people of New York. There's a huge snowstorm around the East Coast. I live by the East Coast, trust me, I know all about the big snowstorm. He cleared every single sidewalk and bike lane after 18 inches of snow, paid a bunch of temp workers, like $30 an hour in order to do that for about a day. Great to see. Hosting rental rip-off hearings across New York City to give tenants across the city a platform to air their grievances. Fantastic, excellent. Listen, when he said he's tenants first, he's all about helping out the tenants. It's good to see. And of course, the more recent thing is that he secured the release of a Columbia student detained hours ago by ICE after just giving one phone call. I have no idea. How the fuck... He's just like the Trump whisperer. I mean, we talked about this sort of concept before, but generally speaking, like, the things specifically with Zoran Mamdani, with not with Zoran Mamdani, but with Trump, is the fact that he is basically like a main character, right? Donald Trump wants, more than anything, to just be a main character, right? He wants to be a main character of a fucking anime or whatever. He wants to be the anime protag, where he feels like he can just basically do anything because he has the main protag energy, right? Which is why he has... he is such a big fan of people like Zoran Mamdani, and such a big fan of all these differing dictators around the world, because they have main character energy, and that's something that he is desperate to basically want to, well, emulate. Yeah, I guess Zoran is the dementia whisperer for some reason, but obviously 20 inches of snow. Look at that, perfectly cleared. Look at these beautiful cleared sidewalks. Zoran Mamdani's doing a great job, folks. He got the people of New York to go out and shovel some fucking snow. Guys, it turns out that if you pay money and pay good money to make people go do stuff, they're gonna want to go do stuff. I know this is like a shocker to a lot of conservatives who are very, very low IQ, stupid individuals. Speaking of low IQ conservative individuals, here's Jack Posobiec being a very low IQ conservative individual. Why the fuck are you complaining about city workers being paid to clear a pile of snow? Okay, there was a huge snowstorm. The sanitation workers, the main state apparatus that needed to take care of this stuff was not enough to take care of that stuff. So what did Zoran Mamdani do? He basically just said, hey, here's what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to pay you a bunch of money to go out and shovel some fucking goddamn snow. So can you go shovel some fucking goddamn snow from the sidewalks? Because there's parts where the state is supposed to do it, so they do that. But there's other parts, or where like, not the state, but where the tenants of like a house or a business or whatever are supposed to like clear out parts of the sidewalk, I believe by some form of bylaws or something. They own a part of the sidewalk. I think that's how it kind of works. I'm not 100% certain on how it works in terms of like the New York City law, but they have to they have to take responsibility for shoveling snow from the sidewalk, yada yada yada. Same thing in Canada, right, where if you own a house, you have to take responsibility to clear snow from the fucking, well, sidewalk that connects to your fucking home, as well as your driveway. Mostly for the utility of being able to get out with your car. Duh, obviously. But you're supposed to shovel your fucking goddamn snow if there's a lot of snow. Yada, yada, yada. How do you do that? Well, that's your own sort of prerogative. If you want to pay someone to do that, you can do that. Who cares? Who gives a shit, right? I don't know why Jack is complaining about this being tax-funded, or taxpayer-funded. That's the people paying money to their taxes to get services. And now they're getting paid back their taxpayer-funded money. Like, I'm trying to understand what exactly is the problem. I mean, this is how it's supposed to work. But then again, people like Jack Posobiec need to take out the keys and jingle them for fucking conservatives so they can get scared about the fact that it's supposed to, I don't know, make people upset about the fact that, you know, taxpayer funds are actually being used to pay for fucking services. Yeah, I mean, listen, Jack Posobiec, like you're saying, Alex, would you prefer to have the taxpayer money go to the Epstein class instead? I'm just saying. I mean, you're a big fan of Donald Trump. You love pedophilia, it seems. I mean, you're a conservative. Old conservatives like pedophilia. I'm just saying, buddy. I'm just saying. But here, the next thing specifically that Zoran Mamdani did, which was absolutely insane, was he gave Trump 2 fake Daily News front page articles as a gift to Trump in order to provide funding for a stalled plan for 12,000 apartments. He's the dementia whisperer. And I mean, Donald Trump is from New York. He would like to see, even said himself, like during the first meeting that these two had, that I want to see New York be successful. I love New York. I'm from New York. New York is always me. You know how that dumbass fucking Andrew Cuomo tried to be like, we have to be very nice to Trump and allow him to be welcomed back in. And essentially what he means by that is, Trump, please, continue to fuck New York and to basically take all of the funding and siphon all of the not the funding, but all of the money away from New York for all of your, Epstein-class billionaire pedophile dipshits. And he said that Zoran Mamdani would not have a good relationship with the president. He's having a perfectly fine relationship with the president. Yeah, depending on the day, Trump will get, catty with him, but then all of a sudden, Zoran Chad Donnie, he'll just pick up the phone and be like, hey baby girl, I'm looking to just get some funding for these houses. Here's some fake news articles with your face on them. He's like, oh my god, I love them so much, Zoran. It's my favorite. I love getting praise and adulation from the news and the media. Sure, I'll give you a bunch of federal funding in order to build a bunch of housing in New York. And it's just the Riz, man, the Riz. And at the same time, he got a student who was illegally detained by ICE out of ICE fucking detention as well. You love to fucking see it. It's incredible. He's just the dementia whisperer. But here, I think there's a quick little blurb here about this.
This just in an unexpected move today, not announced move at least. Mayor Mamdani of New York City went back to the White House to meet with President Trump. He just posted about it on social media, saying, I had a productive meeting with President Trump this afternoon. I'm looking forward to building more housing in New York City. And you see Donald Trump there holding up 2 Daily News covers. One of them is famous and real. Forward to City, Drop Dead. We all know about that here in New York. And the other one, I think the White House made this because I don't know this to be real. Trump to City, let's build. All right, joining us now, executive editor of the...
Listen, this is how you fucking get it to him, right? You say that he's going to have positive coverage in the media because if there is one thing that Trump likes more than anything, it's having praise heaped upon him by U.S. media because he sees, broadly speaking, as him being a target of attack only by the U.S. media. And yeah, sure, the U.S. media does attack Trump consistently, but mostly for ratings, not because they have any substantive critique of any of Donald Trump's sort of policies. For the most part, they're okay with what Donald Trump is doing. But at any point in time that he can get any form of adulation and praise from, vaunted media institutions,
He'll just eat it up. He'll eat it up, and he's like Zoran Mamdani is playing to his sensibilities here perfectly by saying like, "Hey, think of all the positive coverage that you're gonna get in the media if you give us a bunch of funding for all this housing. Think about it. You like building. I like building. We're both builders. Think about it. Think about it." Like, I'm only taking a guess as to how Zoran Mamdani cajoled him in order to do this, but it's perfect. It's perfect. He just knows, man. He knows what how to whisper to this dementia-addled dipshit.
The Nation, John Nichols, senior national correspondent for The Bulwark, Jonathan Cohen, joins us as well. All right, Mamdani at the White House. Why?
The Bulwark.
I think there could be much more to it than we know. There may be something behind it, but the bottom line is, having interviewed Mamdani about his previous visit and talked to him quite a bit about this, I think he believes it is very important to maintain a relationship with Donald Trump. In fact, one of the things that I think his circle has concluded is that it's a mistake not to talk to Trump, right? If he sees you as someone who's very separate and, not somebody he interacts with, he can go all the ways, all the places that he goes. If you maintain that dialogue...
That's not a bad point.
And perhaps different relationship.
I continue to be actually surprised by him as a
Yeah, that's not a bad point. But I mean, I really do think it's because, Trump likes Zoran Mamdani because he has main character energy. I don't think it's 100% inaccurate to say that if you just don't socialize with Trump and you just remain a shut-in, then he's not going to like you. I guess, because, Trump is the kind of dude who just wants attention from literally everyone. He is a drama whore. He's a big attention whore. He loves attention. He loves praise. He loves adulation. Very much so channeling the a dictator wannabe energy consistently. But no, he also likes main characters, right? The vibe of a main character, which is another reason for as to why, he is probably a big fan of Zoran Mamdani. Oh, absolutely there, Boy Meets Minnie. He really does play him like a fucking fiddle. Because again, this fake news article headline right here, that's absolutely playing into his wannabe desire to be a fucking main character, right? It's think about it, Trump, you're going to get so much positive coverage. Think about it. He's like, positive coverage? I love positive coverage. I love people heaping praise at me. Ooh, it makes me feel so good.
Politician, both in the way that he went from 0% to winning the Democratic primary and then winning the mayoral race here in New York City, but the way that he interacts with both reporters and other politicians. He was on the show the other day to talk about snow, and he came on smile from ear to ear. I think he understands how to compose himself in situations that might be difficult in order to diffuse tensions, and that might be a conversation with a reporter. It also could be a meeting with a president who's called you a communist.
In the State of the Union address.
Yeah, in the State of the Union address. Why do you think...
I completely forgot about that, I'm not gonna lie, because that shit was so boring. I did not give a fuck about that State of the Union address. I feel like it was supposed to be the longest State of the... Because it was the longest State of the Union address just because he wanted it to be the longest State of the Union address, I'll be honest.
Donnie's playing Trump, or do you think Trump really likes Mamdani?
Oh, a little bit of both, probably. Look, I know that before the first meeting that the two of them had, that Mamdani thought about, what will I say? How will I approach him initially? And that one of the things that he said early on when they were being basically introduced in the office was, a substantial number of people who voted for you also voted for me.
Yeah.
And apparently the president loved that.
He'll love that.
Something that other politicians might take heed of, because, again, I'm surprised that we have not experienced the wrath of Donald Trump and his push to federalize things or push federal troops into New York City the way that other cities have seen. And that has been I have been wondering about that. Why has that not happened here?
Well, I think there's a couple subtleties here. Remember, Donald Trump born and raised in New York City.
No, I know that.
Right, so there are dynamics.
But I'm not sure that would stop him from it.
You never know. But I do think that what Zoran Mamdani does is go and talk to Trump. And apparently, by the way, in the State of the Union address, the president suggested that they talk quite often. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what the president said. And he also said, I like him, right? And so maintaining that relationship is something that in these really incredibly divided days, we see as almost unimaginable.
Yeah.
And yet, what has Mamdani done as mayor? Again, well, as a candidate and then as mayor, almost always the unimaginable, the unexpected, the kind of break the pattern.
Yeah. Again, there's something about his disposition.
I mean, the Democrats could definitely learn something from someone like Zoran Mamdani, but they will actively try to shove him to the wayside as much as they can. I mean, he just has the main character vibe. That's it. Democrats are weak, feckless, pathetic losers, and Trump is, generally speaking, used to a bunch of weak, feckless, pathetic losers. But then Zoran Chad Donnie comes to the fucking scene, says, listen, you're going to release this student that ICE illegally fucking kidnapped out immediately, and he's just like, okay, I'll do it, and then he releases them immediately. It's crazy. It's great to fucking see. Guys, it turns out that if you just aren't completely needle and diming, weak ass fucking goddamn losers, and are just pencil pushers like you are right now, and you have some riz and some charisma and some actual sort of like beliefs and policies, it works out. It works out very, very good. It's great. It's so good. Yeah, that's also a good point there, Alex. Yeah, if ICE were to deploy in New York City, not only would everybody, given how dense the city is, there would be constant like flocks of people just running around, just like probably like beating drums, honking horns, like whistling, and just causing a huge scene around the ICE officers, filming them constantly, just make a huge scene, and just make them probably get fucking demoralized and look as unpopular as possible. And just make like a gigantic like ruckus. Just make a huge noise, right? Just like be like, hey, look at La Migra, look at these fucking little assholes, look at these pricks who have no family and everyone hates them, haha, and just like point and fucking laugh at them. And that's very demoralizing, right? Like, just to be like constantly yelled at and said that no one likes you. Like, yeah, we know that ICE has been having like morale issues. It would be terrible. Yeah, they would get run out of the Bronx. There was already like instances of like a couple of ICE agents like instantaneously being surrounded by a crowd of people in New York when they were trying to do operations in the city. Like, if they had trouble with Minneapolis, which has the population like 20 times less the population of New York City, oh boy, they're not gonna do anything there.
Is disarming. Let me post or put up another post that he put out. This is regarding the Columbia student that was detained this morning on campus. He says, just got off the phone with President Trump in our meeting earlier. I shared my concerns about Columbia student Elena, I don't know how to say this last name, Agayeva, who was detained by ICE this morning. He has just informed me that she will be released imminently. It appears, if this does happen, he's getting some results.
Well, here's
crazy.
To that. And very Donald Trump, by the way. They had a meeting, they talked, something came up, and then it sounds from that Donald Trump called him and said, hey, that thing you brought up, I took care of that.
Yeah, I took care of it. I did that. Listen, I did that. Listen, you told me to do it. I did it, okay?
Listen, this is something that MSNBC is never going to mention, okay? The inherent submissiveness of the fascists, right? If these fascists see someone who is definitely got the vibe, is more stronger, has more gravitas, and more cultural pull in comparison to them, they will instantaneously submit every single fucking time. Which is why you have to basically plop your fucking goddamn dick on the table and saying, suck it. You're gonna fucking suck it, Trump. But here's the thing, Democrats are too weak, feckless, and pathetic to do any of that. And Zohran Mamdani has the riz. He's got the riz and the energy in order to be able to pull that off consistently. But yeah, I mean, like I said before, love to see more and more results from our boy Zohran Mamdani. In our latest episode of course, Zoran Watch. He's only just doing everything to just benefit the people of New York City more and more and more. Again, bigger fights are still on the horizon, more and more sort of like potential for victory is always going to be there. But sometimes, even just the little things can always be looked at and celebrated and treated as being something that is positive. It's great to see that this is, well, more and more so the sort of result that someone, when they actually care about using the power of the state to benefit people, does things that benefit people. That sounds like very, very stupid in order to put it that way. But you know what I mean. When you actually care about people, you are willing to do anything possible in order to help, well, get something better, for the city, for the state, for everyone that's living in the fucking city of New York City. And again, will the Democrats learn any of the lessons specifically from Zohran Mamdani? Absolutely the fuck not. No. I mean, just the State of the Union address, they are just saying, like, guys, if we just return to normalcy again, we'll be able to fix everything. It's just like, brother, you guys are not learning shit, are you? But as expected from the Democrats, they're a dead party, and who cares about any of them? But yeah, this is great to see. Love the fact that Zohran Mamdani is only doing more and more possible as his power, or in his power as mayor of New York City, in order to help benefit the people of New York. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that.
Listen, Alex, it's like I said. Baby steps are unfortunately necessary in order to be able to get big steps later on. Given the fact that the Democratic Party has been flailing about for the past 10 years, even that is still a positive sort of sign forward. I guess it also helps that the person that they arrested is, listen. We're going to be a little misogynistic. She's pretty attractive. Let's be honest here. I bet Trump was horny. So, like, literally all you have to do is show this picture and he's like, oh, wow. Oh, wow, she looks great, folks. Listen, that's a bonk for Trump, okay? Trump loves good-looking women. Especially if they're on the young side. Let me tell you, folks. Those are my favorite women. Alright, we're getting attacked by Flemination. Hawk Tua is doing OnlyFans. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tom Steyer has added another $28.6 million of his personal funds into his California governor. I had no idea this guy was actually running for fucking California governor. What the fuck? He's running on a wealth tax, breaking up PG&E, cutting electricity bills by 25%, and banning corporate PAC money from California elections. Okay. Sure, man. He runs every time and no one likes him. Well, yeah, because he's a fucking billionaire. Like, I mean, he could... I don't know. Is he actually going to follow through with any of this... the quote-unquote... bullshit-ass policies that he actually espouses that he likes? I don't think so. Let's get started with this shit, though, because we got plenty left to cover. Breaking. Netflix declining to raise offer for Warner Brothers. So we all know that there was a fight basically between Larry Ellison and the CEO of Netflix. Don't remember the name. Who gives a shit? Whatever. But they are now declining to raise the offer to Warner Bros. After specifically Paramount Skydance, that being run by Keith Ellison, one of Larry Ellison's sons, right? These guys are hyper, uber, mega billionaires, one of the richest families on the fucking goddamn planet. Basically tried to do a hostile fucking takeover of the deal itself. And we all know why, specifically the reasoning that this is the case. Donald Trump has been basically trying to get control of the media specifically for himself. And Warner Brothers, guess what they run? CNN and even HBO, right? Like John Oliver's show? Maybe under some new management relatively soon. And of course, there's all this other fucking bullshit, right? And well, let's be quite honest here. This amount of fucking control under one company, this amount of media consolidation. It's David Ellison. Thank you, Boy Meets Penny. This amount of media consolidation under one fucking guy should be incredibly alarming to everybody, right? There have been literally so much regulation. There's an entire presidency based all around breaking up corporate conglomerations, and right now these are being specifically hypercharged under this fucking president. Obviously, we all know about Larry Ellison's takeover of TikTok, of the algorithm of TikTok. Larry Ellison is a hyper-Zionist. Anyone who is critical of Zionism, broadly speaking, will be banned or more closely fucking monitored on TikTok as a platform. And if there's any mention of Epstein or the Epstein files, that shit gets yeeted out with the swiftness. Even I get affected by that. I'm in the sort of Canada branch of TikTok, and I get affected with that shit as well. I've had Epstein file stuff get yeeted before as well, and it's genuinely fucking insane to me. But that's what happens when you just have such a massive media concentration of more and more media in the hands of one guy specifically. And we all know why Trump wants this, is because he wants to shut down any and all criticism that he thinks comes from sort of conservative, well, not conservative, but from liberal media against himself. It's all about media conglomeration and an attempt to sort of create some form of a fucking dictatorship, right? Controlling of information consistently. This is a consistent pattern of behavior from these people. And it's really, really bad. Obviously, it's really, really fucking goddamn bad. But yeah, CNN, CBS, we all know how dogshit fucking CBS is now under fucking that dumbass Barry Weiss. It's a complete fucking disaster. And all of these shows, which are various cultural sort of pillars and points of praise for the United States of America, conservatives obviously, and this is the secondary point, conservatives have no way to be able to contribute artistically and to the broader sort of culture of the United States of America. And we all know this because very, very often for a lot of conservatives, they are very jealous about the fact that liberals have way more of the pulse on culture in comparison to conservatives. All of the conservative pundits that we all know, like, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, all these guys are like Hollywood or radio fucking dropouts. All of these people. And they shove their, insane dreck and nonsense down everyone else's fucking throats. And obviously, nobody fucking likes any of that shit. It pisses everyone off, and it's just like, brother, these guys fucking stink. And since conservatives are not really able to produce any sort of culture for themselves or any form of artwork, not that they can't, right? Like, there are instances of conservatives who do produce good artwork or have good contributions. This is a vast majority just can't do it simply because of the death of subjectivity. Art for conservatives is supposed to, generally speaking, confirm their worldview and basically confirm their sort of political predilections and basically push their own politics onto other people. That is the point for conservatives with artwork. I've mentioned all of this examples consistently, right? With the degenerate art gallery from the Nazis, right? People were way more interested in looking at that in comparison to the, I don't know, quote-unquote, like, propaganda that the Nazis were basically trying to say is good German artwork, right? No one gave a fuck about any of that stuff, and people were way more interested in the degenerate art gallery. And it's because these people hate art. Period. End of story. They don't understand that art is meant to have subjective sort of meanings, right? There's not something concrete to them. It's supposed to be up to interpretation and engaging people's critical thinking abilities and faculties. But like I said before, with the death of subjectivity, that sort of like critical thinking ability that people generally speaking engage with in terms of art, and there's a fantastic Jacob Geller video that goes into this, is something that is broadly speaking dying, and I would argue dead within the United States of America. And it's basically making it such that conservatives are just, instead of, I don't know, trying to produce anything that could be perceived as good art, would prefer to just purchase all of these sort of platforms and producers of good art, take them for themselves, and pervert it for their own purposes and goals. But yeah, this is period, end of story, just bad. Not only just from a sort of like media information and diet and basically consolidation of a sort of like state platform for Donald Trump to just put out propaganda and like newspeak and just have his truth be the only truth that people are supposed to like think about and believe in, but also the potential destruction of art because the conservatives are just wholeheartedly uninterested in, well, not uninterested, but so desperate to have some form of cultural relevance that they're willing to just completely buy their way into being able to have all of the cultural relevance for themselves and basically kick out everyone else that goes against, well, the things that they think and believe in. But it's all about consolidation of power consistently with these people. That is literally it. And that should always be the common through line when it comes to talking about any of these topics. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. The TPUSA halftime show was dog shit. The Emiru video might actually fucking make it to 13,000 viewers or views. That's crazy. They were really mad about that one. But we're getting a little bit of an attack here by Flamination at the moment. Excuse me. Alright. I think we're good to go now. Flamination is calmed down. Let's get started with this. Luigi Mangione, the heartthrob of, well, some leftists for whatever fucking goddamn reason, all because he did that hit on the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, who is evil, right? Absolutely. Very, very fucking evil. He's been fighting in court this whole time, obviously, to try to, basically try to prove his innocence, right? He's been, a lot of developments, I will just say, like, has been developing this sort of case. And at this point, because, they were arguing to give him the fucking death penalty, and I think it was supposed to be a federal, charge of the death penalty specifically. And I believe that Luigi has been able, his lawyers rather, has been able to successfully argue out of being able to, get the death penalty case. And basically his lawyers argued that, okay, why are we, getting a death penalty charge here, or an attempt at a death penalty charge here by the DOJ, and basically they just got made fun of for being extremely lazy and fucking stupid. Like, it shouldn't be really surprising. We are talking about Pam Bondi's, DOJ here. They are, we've all seen the Epstein file, testimony from Pam Bondi and the release of the Epstein files, how bungled that has been, because it's a bunch of sycophants that are just, hovering around Trump in order to try to serve at his every whim. He thought the DOJ was his own personal retinue of lawyers. It's that's not how that works, but we're talking about Trump here, right? If he can just corrupt and pervert anything, he will corrupt and pervert anything. But anyway, why don't we take a look at this?
This week's social story. That's where we post 3 stories on our social media, and you decide what we take a closer look at. This week's choice is Luigi Mangione and the death penalty, the medical issue in space forcing NASA to evacuate astronauts, or award season getting underway. With 51% of the vote, you chose Luigi Mangione and the death penalty. All right, he was in court yesterday where his attorneys argued the federal judge should take the death penalty off the table. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December 2024. And for more on this, I'm joined by ABC News.
Right, because, so the reason why they're pleading not guilty is because the only evidence that they have to go off of saying that it was Luigi Mangione who did the hit on Brian Thompson was some pretty grainy footage. And the dude in it was a guy in a hood with a hat. You can't really necessarily discern the face whatsoever, and the only person who basically decided to turn in Luigi Mangione was some schizo, I think it was a 63-year-old old lady who thought that must be the guy who killed Brian Thompson, so I'm going to report this to the police. He obviously got caught, and the dude has been arguing in court at this point, yeah, that wasn't me, I didn't fucking do that, right? And it's just we can't really tell who the fuck it is, given the only footage that we have to go off of is, very, very fucking grainy. It's kind of difficult to tell. We all know, there was the manifesto, right, talking about how it took a lot of time and patience and all that, but I don't remember exactly what happened with the manifesto. I believe that they argued that it wasn't attributed to Luigi Mangione, it was attributed to someone else. Don't 100% remember that for sure, which could be something that points there. It could be a pretty big piece of evidence. But so far, they've mostly been trying to base it off of that really grainy, security cam footage, and it's just bleh. Yeah, the FBI, the DOJ, they've been flubbing this case really, really badly. But it turns out that if you have a bunch of stooges and sycophants running these, administrations, then obviously a lot of these cases are going to get very, very easily flubbed. Them taking off the death penalty charges, maybe it's not significant in the grand scheme of things, but it shows to the judge and a jury that the people that are bringing these charges to Luigi Mangione are incredibly incompetent and basically fucking rookies. We know that the DOJ under Pam Bondi, whenever any of the cases go to any federal courts, they have an 80+% loss rate. 80+%, which is insane. That's a fucking disaster. That's just sheer fucking incompetence. And judges have been constantly saying this is some of the most incompetent fucking bullshit. Like, Lindsay Halligan, who was that prosecutor who was trying to, I don't know, come up with some bullshit in about, like, 2 days to try to go after James Comer. Her case got instantaneously laughed out of court by a judge because it was ridiculous. It was silly. It's just like, okay, dude, like, it's like, okay, a fucking rookie basically put this together. This is one of the most pathetic attempts at a prosecution I've ever seen, and threw the case out basically immediately. Like, we know with all the sycophants around Trump, they are just doing whatever they can in order to please Trump. So guess what? That basically opens them up to a lot of vulnerabilities. And any competent judge, and judges tend to be very, very competent, is going to poke holes in that and just be like, wow, this is stupid and a waste of my time. I'm getting rid of this, like, immediately.
Investigative reporter Sasha Pesnik, along with ABC News legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer. Hello, you two. Thanks for joining me on this. Brian, I want to start with you. The federal judge has not yet ruled on whether to exclude the death penalty in Mangione's case. Which factors do judges consider when making that kind of decision?
Not quite yet, eh?
Yeah, let me see if I can explain this well enough for everyone who voted on social media. This question is whether or not this crime of firearm-related murder is death eligible. And for that, you need two things. You need the crime that makes it eligible, firearm-related murder. That definitely covers it. And the next one is you need either a predicate act or some sort of aggravating factor. Now, if you listen to this hearing or follow some of the news, you probably heard a lot about the stalking charge. And for the defense, is arguing that they're saying stalking by its nature is not quote-unquote a crime of violence. It doesn't have physical injury to it.
That's a very good argument there by the defense, right? Tectone, here's a perfect example. Tectone got, as a part of his protective order that Ping Chiu got on him, part of it was stalking. And the reason why stalking was thrown on there was because he would keep talking about Ping Chiu constantly on his fucking stream. Now, does stalking necessarily predicate that harm is going to come to whoever is being stalked? No, not 100% of the time. It very often can lead to that. Certainly can happen, right? But not always. Stalking, still a crime. Still a fucking bad thing, obviously. But was Luigi Mangione stalking Brian Thompson in order to be able to kill him with the fucking pistol and everything? Is that social engineering? Is social engineering stalking? I mean, stalking can be a part of social engineering, right? We know that there's a bunch of social engineering that went into the hit into Brian Thompson. But does that necessarily predicate that it is stalking? Well, not really, no. If you know anything about social engineering, that doesn't 100% necessarily mean, well, you have to stalk the person in order to socially engineer people into believing or acting into a acting into a particular sort of way that is beneficial for the person who is doing the social engineering. Yeah, you would have to prove that it's predicated, and that's going to be very difficult to prove.
Because you can stalk someone without any form of violence. But the prosecution is saying, yes, there was violence involved in this stalking. Look what happened to this person. Look at this brutal murder. And the judge is going to have to look at both arguments, see what case law supports either argument, and then decide whether or not this is going to be a case that involves a death penalty or not.
Now, Sasha, the judge also suggested yesterday that Mangione's backpack was lawfully seized when police arrested him in Pennsylvania. So why is that evidence so key to the prosecution's case?
It's absolutely key to the prosecution's case, more specifically what's inside the backpack. When Mangione was found at that McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, just about a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, inside it, prosecutors say that police in Altoona, Pennsylvania found, among other things, writings that Mangione had made that prosecutors say points directly to unambiguous evidence of his motive, as well as the alleged murder weapon.
So I believe that is the manifesto, right? That Luigi Mangione talked about, a lot of social engineering, talking about his sort of like story for as to why he hates American healthcare. So that you can say is the sort of like smoking gun, the best piece of evidence there for the prosecution to basically allege that Luigi Mangione did the crime that they are alleging Luigi Mangione did, of course, that being, well, the murder of Brian Thompson. Still, it doesn't necessarily mean, because they don't have the weapon, they don't have 100% evidence, right? Like, again, the fucking security camera, right? Like, the defense can argue, it's just like, well, I mean, the dude can have criticisms and problems with the American healthcare system in a fucking manifesto and not necessarily led to the assassination. That doesn't necessarily mean anything 100%, but, and I mean, that's just kind of true, right? Like, doesn't necessarily mean that there is going to be an assassination that is, well, allowed to happen, I guess, for lack of a better term. Not allowed to happen. That happens as a result of criticisms of the American healthcare system. It's one of those things where it's just like, oh, well, technically you could say this. Well, technically you could say that. And it becomes like a sort of... Because I believe this is a jury case, if I recall correctly. I think it's a jury case. Where it's just like, it's one of those things where it's just, oh, maybe this thing happens, maybe not, this fucking thing happens, and you basically have to convince a fucking jury and the judge to say, like, my client is fucking innocent, or whatnot.
Other items they found that prosecutors now want to use in their case.
Oh yeah, also, like, alleged gun, right? Like, I believe we all saw the grainy security footage, right? It was a silenced pistol. I don't remember what kind of pistol, what kind of make of the pistol it was. It was obviously something that was prepared, right? But again, you still gotta fucking prove that in the court of law, right? For the jury to, well, go ahead and say that Luigi Mangione is actually guilty of the killing of Brian Thompson. And, well, we really haven't gotten to that point quite yet.
They can keep the backpack and what's in it in the case, then they have a lot more of a robust set of evidence to point to that could potentially link him directly to the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. If they do not get to keep the backpack and what's in it, then they're going to have to resort to other evidence. Now, the federal judge yesterday said that the backpack was lawfully seized, and she reserved the right to rule on the specific items that were found in it. So we'll have to see where we go from here.
Yeah, we do. All right, I want to go to the other side. Brian, what stands out to you about the defense's strategy so far?
It's interesting. I actually got to focus on the backpack, the strategy of trying to get it out. Now, understand, we've already seen a hearing when it comes to suppression of those items through the arrest of Luigi Mangione on the state side. But from the state side, there are different standards of a person's Fourth Amendment right than in the feds. And so I thought, as someone who practices in the FCNY, it might be a pretty hard argument for them to get anything suppressed from the federal standpoint. But their arguments are pretty strong. I'm a little bit jealous at some point. I want to use them in my own cases in the future. And I think there might be an argument to at least have a hearing. Whether or not they win, I think that's a greater long shot in the federal court than in the state. But that stood out to me that the judge is at least still considering the contents of the backpack.
All right, I want to look ahead now. Sasha, what's next for Mangione's federal and state cases?
Well, one of the most important things that we learned is that we could now see a trial before 2026 ends. The judge yesterday said that it's likely that we could see a trial scheduled for the end of this year if the death penalty stays on the table. It could be January of 2026, possibly December of 2026 or January of next year. And that would bring it right up to the 2-year anniversary of when this all happened. If it is no longer a capital case, then we could see it as early as October. There are a bunch of other evidentiary issues that both judges have to rule on in both the federal and the state case, what can be kept in, what's out, and so a lot to look forward to in the coming months.
All right, Brian, Sasha, thank you. Please come back.
We'll see what happens. I'm not... in terms of, like, the federal case, that's going to be a complete fucking shit show. I mean, like, the defense already made the prosecution look inherently fucking ridiculous in some instances there because of just how, well, silly the federal case is put together by the DOJ specifically. But we'll see what happens specifically in the federal... not the federal, but the state case, right? Because, you know, state and federal crime, blah, 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 blah. You know how it is. But yeah, listen, Luigi, not completely out of the water yet. At this point, all we can really just do is just sort of wait and see exactly what happens at this point, right? And just allow the sort of trials to just kind of play out at this point, right? I don't really have any, like I know that there's a bunch of people who support Luigi Mangione because he did the hit on the United Healthcare CEO because, yeah, that dude is fucking evil. Like, he was using AI algorithms to kick people off of healthcare roles. Evil fucking individual. And a lot of people were very, very happy about the fact that, well, Brian Thompson ended up getting, well, assassinated there. So, yeah, I have my own sort of, like, ideological problems with Luigi Mangione and a bunch of the stuff that he fucking believes. Like, you know, problems all around. It's one of those things where it's just, we'll wait and see what happens. We'll see. Like, I mean, the federal case, I don't know if it'll be, like, thrown out, to be honest. It'd be really funny if it was, but, I mean, like, the whole, like, Aura Farm show that these dumbasses were trying to do in order to protect corporate interests makes me want to inherently root for Luigi Mangione because I just really fucking hate American healthcare, and it's just completely and fucking utterly terrible. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides, well, that. I don't know. Some people just want to get up in the morning, till their fields, and go to bed at night. Our system should have leeway for this. Not everyone is going to care about everything always. Honestly, keeping up with this local politics is exhausting, let alone when you start expanding to our neighbors. So I think inside of or outside of a vacuum, Emmy's opinion is perfectly valid. People don't know what they don't know, and being famous doesn't make you any smarter or wiser than anybody else who's living their life. As far as Asmongold goes, I think he has some PTSD. He's a smart guy. No, he's not. And this dude apparently subscribed to me. It's very funny. And some of the stuff he says makes sense, but every so often he'll snag a topic that makes him, in my eyes, angry, and then I'll pop off with some super radical opinion. I end up unsubscribing to Asmongold over that fact, actually. Well, here is the thing. Even when he isn't angry, he will still just say a completely idiotic nonsense about protesters, about civil liberties. To believe anti-woke content. The thing with civil liberties is that it is not up for debate. Destroying them for the express purpose of which is why Emery Rue had the backlash that she getting more state power under a wannabe dictator. Every single day. The first, second, fourth, and eighth. Seemed like she was more interested in maintaining that slice of the audience who are Asmongold viewers. Here's the thing. Even when he is angry, he will still just say completely idiotic nonsense about protesters. And about civil liberties. All because he was led to believe in things from the media that he was consuming, anti-woke content. The thing with civil liberties is that it is not up for debate. Destroying them for the express purpose of consolidating more state power under a wannabe dictator will warrant a violent response. Especially in the United States, where the tradition of liberal democracy has been ingrained by the founding fathers. ICE has been violating about 4 different amendments of the Constitution every single day. The first, 2nd, 4th, and 8th, which is why Emiru had the backlash that she got, because it seemed that she was more interested in maintaining that slice of the audience who are Aspen Gold viewers. And response. Do better what? Fucking your mom? Alright. Cool. We got more and more to get through. Covering a lot today, folks. Shut up. Alright, let's get started with this. Guys, did you know that ICE is bad? Shocker, I know. Who would have thought? And there was a whistleblower, specifically, that came out recently to say about a lot of the terrible fucking practices that ICE has been doing in terms of training. How it's been and I mean, we've basically seen this, right? It's been a lapse in training, basically in terms of the standards and quality of training. A lot of it has been significantly reduced because of Stephen Miller's inherent desire to want to deport hundreds of millions of people out of the United States of America. So guess what? A lot of the standards have been brought down significantly in order to get out even more and more agents out in the field in order to start doing arrests of people. Or I say arrests, right? A lot of it is obviously fucking illegal. So there was a whistleblower who basically spilled the beans in terms of the training regiment. And we all know about the fact that Trump wants to use ICE as a private army of poll watchers to try to, do the military dictatorship of the United States of America. There's a reason why these guys are called the brown shirts or the Gestapo, effectively, right? Because that was also Hitler's, private army that he used in order to help, do enforcement of the Nazi takeover of the Weimar Republic, right? We all know this history is played out. We see it sort of, not repeating itself, but rhyming in a particular way more incompetently in comparison to... I don't even want to call it incompetent. Is it fair to call it incompetent? Way worse in comparison to what happened in the Weimar Republic or something, right? Honestly, not way worse. That's not correct to say. More foolishly? I don't know, because, I've talked about this concept before, but I don't think, Trump and anyone in his orbit are really interested in doing the fascist takeover of the United States of America, because that's a lot of work and a lot of bureaucratic paperwork that they have to do in order to maintain a system like that, right? They just want to do their aura farm, get cultural relevance, and then grift to a bunch of people to
I don't know, look at their fucking podcasts. That's like what most of the people within the Trump administration basically want, right? Like the ideologically committed neo-Nazis that exist always get pissed with like Trump and the administration because they're just like, guys, we're trying to like deport people and to do the takeover of the United States of America. Like, what the heck? Why is this not happening? And, well, because the current administration in power is just not interested in it. Why don't we take a look at this whistleblower?
Former ICE agent who was apparently the whistleblower who exposed the internal memo wherein ICE was communicating to its operatives that it no longer had to abide by the Fourth Amendment and that they did not need judicial warrants to crash into people's homes. He is now a former ICE agent. He may have been at the time. His name is Ryan Schwenk. He was not in an official congressional hearing, but rather a hearing held by congressional Democrats. I think they get the meeting rooms. They don't have subpoena power, I don't believe, because they don't. They're not in the majority. But this is also a preview of, in the event that the Democrats take the House in the fall, we're going to be seeing a lot more of this type of thing, and they're going to be able to bring in witnesses who are going to be a little bit hostile. This one obviously wanted the opportunity to speak about what he saw. I'm here because I am duty bound.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more people who are going to come in and probably be like way more hostile against the administration. That's definitely accurate to say, because it's just like, well, given the fact that, I mean, the Democrats are more than likely going to win the House, right? I think that's without a shadow of a doubt. Like, at this point, given all of the elections that have been generally speaking going on, a lot of the special elections, and how Democrats all over the place have been trouncing the Republicans, and how a lot of turnout for the Republicans has been going down, right? There's some interesting numbers coming out of Texas about that specifically. It's one of those things where it's just like, oh, they're gonna get kind of owned in the House for sure. The Senate is a little bit of a questionable sort of affair, right? The Republicans don't have as many seats up as in comparison to the Democrats. There is a path. It can theoretically happen. Is it actually going to happen? That's a completely fucking different story. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. So, I mean, if the Democrats take the House, they're going to be able to throw tons of wrenches in the works of the Republicans' agenda and basically just cause a bit of a shit show for the Republicans to have to fucking deal with, right? It's going to be way, way harder for them, or not way, way harder, but they're not really going to be able to pass any fucking legislation through Congress. That's not happening. And more executive action will be more than likely relied upon.
To report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and broken. 5 months ago, I was asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. I volunteered, those without law enforcement training, I volunteered to take on this assignment based on my experience in law enforcement oversight, including at the state and local level prior to my work with ICE. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a...
Well, so all the times that I've been talking about the detainings that ICE have been doing, because I say that they violate the First, Second, Fourth, and Eighth Amendment basically every single day. Them being trained to violate constitutions of the, well, amendments of the Constitution, rather, I mean, doesn't really fucking surprise me. Again, like, we all know where these ICE agents come from. They're all part of the right-wing militias who actually don't care about, like, civic nationalism or wanting to maintain civil liberties, because they just don't agree in that stuff and would prefer to, I don't know, basically cause a bunch of suffering to people. For what purpose exactly? Meh, just because they feel like it.
Judicial warrant. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper...
By the way, this is completely in line with that leak from Ken Klippenstein. I'm starting to think maybe it was this guy who might have been the leaker, maybe might have been the leaker to Ken Klippenstein about the slideshow that was put together by, well, a CBP and, Anthony Bovino, saying, like, this is how the Fourth Amendment works, guys. This is the Fourth Amendment. Very, very obvious and simple stuff here. And we know the current, like, administrative warrant system that the Trump administration has been basically using to justify all of ICE's actions to break the Fourth Amendment constantly is obviously not in line with the Fourth Amendment. That, like, the administration that is currently in power, for obvious reasons, cannot be the main sort of guys who are just doling out warrants to federal sort of policing services in order to do enforcement actions. Should be fairly obvious why that's a bad thing.
deeper detention and the limits of officers' authority. For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force.
Of course.
Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions.
This is true. I mean, like, ICE seemingly just wants to shoot first and then ask questions later, right? Like, duh.
About what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely...
That's the same thing that I've also been saying. The reason why they're shirking their responsibilities of teaching their officers is because they just want to put a bunch of people out there as much as possible. Because again, just think about it for 3 seconds. The amount of people that you would need to go in and detain the amount of people that Stephen Miller wants to deport out of the country, or even the 20 million that Trump said he wanted to deport, is insanity, right? Like, you would need tons of people to go in and sort of like, well, detain all these people, right? And they don't have that. They can't even manage to do this in fucking Minneapolis, which is one of the smaller cities of the United States of America. And that's been a complete, utter failure for them, right? So they want a bunch of people, they want as many people out there as possible to detain as many people as possible. But then again, you have to think about where are you going to house them while all of their sort of claims are being processed, right? Because there's a legal system that still exists within the United States. The Trump administration still has not dismantled that. So you got to deal with the legal system, then you got to deal with the fucking courts, where the Trump administration has been miserably flailing about in terms of a lot of their sort of claims to just unlawfully deport as many people as they feel like deporting.
And lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut.
Well, that's a lie.
Lie. This is important to understand. First off, we should say that the 2 ICE murderers that have the most acclaim, we know less about the other people who have been killed in ICE detention. But
That's
the
true.
2 murders that we've been caught on videotape.
More than likely because of just how terrible the conditions are in those, well, I'll say it, concentration camps. Like, given just, I mean, like, literally ICE agents, quote unquote, would basically coerce people, coerce a bunch of, like, mothers and other sort of, or no, not just mothers, but a mother of children who has a bunch of children, and to seeing, like, pictures of her fucking children, right, in order to be able to contact her children, talk with her children. ICE would basically say, like, okay, I mean, we'll let you see your children if you let us fuck you. Just insane, by the way. Like, raping a woman that is in ICE detention in custody just to be able to see her fucking kids, bro.
Work for ICE. Both of them are longtime ICE employees, so they are not part of this next wave who have not even received even the training that the first guys who used excessive force did.
That's a great point there, yeah. These guys were already, quote-unquote, veterans of ICE, which is why, there's no reform for something like ICE. It is just inherently terrible and bad, and it should just be abolished. Should just be gotten rid of. Same with DHS. Like, abolish DHS, abolish ICE, abolish these fucking goddamn, like, Gestapo institutions, quote-unquote, that simply just exist for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is just to cause suffering for a bunch of people.
People should understand this. The way that we had the torture scandal during the Iraq invasion and subsequent to that was not that these soldiers were
That's Abu Ghraib,
ordered
I
to
think.
torture, although in some instances they got explicit green lights. But essentially what happened was all the shackles were removed. All of the discipline, all of the explicit warnings against torture, all the explicit orders against torture were removed. That's all it takes.
That's true.
And then just pressure to get results. And that's exactly the dynamic that we're seeing here with ICE. We're not going to give you any constraints other than we need X amount of arrests and we need X amount of intimidation.
And X amount of officers to fill the large quotas that he's talking about, because it's instructive to view ICE not as a law enforcement agency that needs to have a certain number of personnel to do what it needs to do, but as a paramilitary force that backs up the fascist administration and is it's going to serve as an intimidating tactic at polling sites. I think we should anticipate that ahead of November, but also as...
given the fact that Trump is going around and stealing ballots from polling locations, like, I mean, he did an FBI raid on Fulton County for whatever reason with, like, I don't know, like... fucking Tulsi Gabbard doing her best Watch Dogs cosplay, basically just overseeing this completely nonsensical operation to steal a bunch of ballots from Fulton County we're just making sure that the ballots are all being counted out and perfectly are okay and that there's no problems here, folks. We just want to make sure the ballots are fine.
as just, a paramilitary force that can go onto the streets, brutalize citizens on behalf of the administration. He was a former instructor down in Georgia, this guy. He testified there that he was one of the 2 whistleblowers that came out and said that they received those administrative, secret orders regarding the administrative warrants. Meaning, we've spoken about this before on the show, but they call them administrative warrants. They're not a warrant. It's essentially a memo that's...
Yeah, the administrative warrant, it just doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's some LARP shit, probably cooked up by, like, J.D. Vance or the administration or some, like, crank lawyer within the administration saying, like, yeah, we can justify all of the actions that ICE takes by doing this, like, fancy little key jingling thing to get the attention of the president and say, like, yeah, this is how we can justify it, when in reality it's complete nonsense.
Says you can violate people's Fourth Amendment rights and go into their homes. Warrants have to be signed by judges. Even the ones that are like, basically rubber stamped like FISA under the war on terror, at least that had to be signed by a judge. It's not a warrant. They call it a warrant. It's not a warrant. And it just said, hey, you can enter private homes and violate the Fourth Amendment regardless. And made it so that those orders were only verbal, so there was no paper trail. I mean, they're obvious about how criminal this is. And then he mentioned there that basically ICE eliminated 240 hours.
We know that they want to only have, like, verbal orders specifically because we know that the Trump administration wants to get around all forms of, like, congressional record keeping, right? So then, like, history will basically forget about all their fucking criminal actions again. Signal group leak chats pointed this exactly. We don't even know, like, how many instances they've been using that now since, well, no one's, like, really paying attention to that. How many, like, instances of, like, Signal group chats there have been on, like, various fucking issues, right?
Hours from their mandatory 580-hour training program. And they specifically remove courses dealing with the use of force. So, and this is for the new recruits that we know they're culling from, essentially, Proud Boys and Patriot Front and all of the biggest MAGA supporters that are excited to sign up for ICE. Those are the people that receive the least amount of training. And to your most important point about this, the veterans of DHS and ICE still killed American citizens on our streets on video in front of everybody. So this should not be used to bolster the Cory Booker arguments in the DHS funding fight about more training and more body cameras. This should just underscore how horrible this new crop of ICE agents is going to be and what's coming ahead of us.
This is a great point there by Emma, because currently the Democrats' main position, because there is a shutdown, ICE, not ICE, but DHS currently does not have funding, so DHS is currently shut down, right? We all know specifically that the Democrats, there's not going to be much accountability, right? Like, let's be honest here, because the Democrats, they don't actually give much of a flying fuck about this, right? Broadly speaking, amongst the Democratic fucking constituency, the position has been made clear. They support the abolition of ICE. I think it's about 74% in terms of the polling amongst the Democrats have said that they want ICE to be abolished, right? And it should be fairly obvious why. They just go around and they brutalize fucking citizens, right? And nobody fucking likes that shit. Duh, obvious, very, very obvious why, right? And people don't like that. And they want to see this agency gotten rid of. But, well, the Baileys are telling me that we still have to keep ICE. We got to get body cameras so then Palantir can benefit from all the data that ICE is harvesting from people. So, I just want to make sure that we have our own place in Congress so then I don't get completely kicked out of Congress because I have no other talents besides being a stooge to Israel. So what on earth am I going to accomplish, right? Like, we all know why that the Democrats are just completely captured by the exact same systems of control and maintenance of fucking hierarchy as, well, the Republican Party. They all get the exact same money.
Shows what the intention to use these. I mean, a lot of people wondered, like, why would you go to Minneapolis in the dead of winter? And obviously there was a compulsion to go there because you have a large Somali population. Donald Trump was really jazzed up about his racism was in high gear in terms of Ilhan Omar. Chris Rufo, the CRT guy, the big Republican operative, had already started to seed the story of Al-Shabaab, a terrorist organization, tied in with the Medicare fraud story, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of things there. But from almost like a military perspective.
I think Chris Rufo even himself admitted that shit with, like, DEI and woke and all that stuff, it was just a complete fucking grift, right? Complete grift. It was a complete fucking psyop made up by him. It's so fucking goofy, dude.
Invading the coldest region of the country at the coldest time of the year does not make a lot of sense unless you want to make the deployments that everyone else is going to have come summer seem a lot easier. And so, summer they are aiming for the months from, like, May or June through the election. That is what's going on here. And so understand, the lack of training is not because they're in a hurry. The lack of training is because they don't want these people to have constraints or any type of discipline that might come with training. So that's all deliberate. Meanwhile, one of the things, and we're going to be talking in a moment to Alexandra Avina about the historical context of what we're seeing in Mexico and what we're seeing go on right now after the killing of El Mencho, who was one of, if not, I think Mexico's most wanted man.
El Mencho.
Across,
we got him.
Large swaths of Mexico in terms of the Jalisco cartel striking back.
Yeah, we've talked about the whole El Mencho thing, right? Right? The thing with that specifically is the killing of El Mencho, is that actually going to accomplish anything that either Trump or anyone within like the administration thinks it's going to do? That's questionable at best. It depends on the structure of the cartel. But we're currently seeing the huge retaliatory strike back being done by the cartels because of their head being, assassinated, or not assassinated, killed in a military operation, right? It's one of those things where it's just like, we kind of just have to wait and see how exactly it plays out, who is going to be the next to take place of El Mencho, if the cartels have sort of like prepared for that eventuality. That's another question. But generally speaking, like, when a lot of this stuff sort of happens, there tends to be a lot of infighting. That's how it's supposed to, like, ideally work for in the minds of these people. That there's a bunch of, like, infighting that fucking happens. But that's still going to cause chaos and be just a complete fucking shit show.
One of the things we've seen from the right is them saying, like, this is what DHS is doing. It's keeping this element out of the country, which, of course, is absurd, because we have seen ICE in action, and unless this cartel in Jalisco is made up of moms and dads and teenage kids, or people who are working on roofs, or, trying to get day job, whatever it is, or American citizens, for that matter. It's obviously not the same people, but they're so desperate to make this connection. Here is Senator Mike Lee. Let's just see Mike Lee's tweet first, if you can just zoom in on that one. What's that? It's in all of them, but I want to just focus on his tweet first, where he writes... Okay, here it is. Mike Lee shows a picture of some Jalisco cartel wearing masks at a gas station, pouring gas on the ground, and then they ultimately light it. I've seen this video. It's pretty disturbing. But Mike Lee writes, cartel hitmen wear masks. Leftists aren't complaining. Now, that's not the point.
Why the fuck are you Mike Lee, quote-unquote libertarian congress member of... I think of like Utah or something. He's incredibly fucking stupid. This, like, I do genuinely wonder how a fucking complete troglodyte like this just has like a job about this or something. Like, why the fuck are you doing this? Like, cartel hitmen wear masks? Like, why the fuck are you bringing this up? Like, ICE wearing masks is currently the problem that a lot of people are having, and they are essentially acting no different than fucking hitmen. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, why would you say this? Like, it's so stupid, man.
What I think you want to make, buddy?
Well, and it's not the point he wanted to make, and many senators not known for their crap posting were able to dunk on Mike Lee. But this shows, like, how this is a senator. This shows how twisted their mentality is. Put up this. Let's do the series of it. Brian Schatz wrote in. Mike, I would like ICE to have the same standards as a local police department, not cartel hitmen.
I mean, to be fair to Schatz, he might be the Senate poster of all of the Democrats.
Like, let's be honest here. Like, nobody. Who made the fucking argument that they want ICE to be like cartel? I mean, they're currently acting like fucking cartel hitmen. Like, you're just admitting that they're basically no different than cartel hitmen. Like, again, like, it's such a dumb fucking goddamn point. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
So he got him here, up against base Mike Lee.
But even
Chris Murphy?
Yes. Oh dear, Mike, I literally couldn't make our argument better than you do. The bad guys wear masks, the good guys don't.
And here's the big one.
I mean, it's true.
Oh, buddy, retire, Mike Lee.
Dude, imagine getting fucking owned on the timeline by Chuck Schumer, bro. Chuck Schumer, man. Dude, it's fucking... It's over, bro. It's over. Like... Hang it up, retire. You're getting owned by... I'm posting on the social media and the tiki-taki. I'm doing such a good job owning the Republicans on the social media. Like, bro. What a fucking idiot, bro.
Yes. Cartel hitmen wear masks. That's why ICE shouldn't. Nailed it. Says Chuck Schumer.
Oh, that's literally like getting knocked out by the smallest kid on the playground. You've got to change schools.
But even in that tweet, like,
that's
why ICE shouldn't. So
upsetting, bro.
Yes, like, I feel I'm uncomfortable with them wearing masks.
Tell you how to live.
Right. It's like, even in that moment, it's a...
pull your pants up and take your mask off.
There's a softness to it.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Yeah, like... Pretty much, like, this whistleblower is now confirming all the things that we know now, right? ICE is barely trained. ICE, before this, was already barely trained, right? Like,
terrible. The inherent sort of like foundation of that institution is just fucking terrible and awful. And we know more than likely Trump is just using these guys as a paramilitary in order to go after his enemies, to poll watch, and essentially try to do the takeover of the United States and turn it into a fucking dictatorship led by himself. That's the entirety of the point of all of this, right? That's what he wants to use ICE as. He wants to use it as the paramilitary arm of the Republican Party. Period. End of story. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck ICE. They suck, and you should fucking abolish them. We got 3 more things after this. Ugh. Like I said, we're going through with this. Sorry, I have to destroy more Asmongold viewers. There was like one dude who said like, I respect you like engaging the comments and everything, but you're totally like getting washed, bro. It's just like, I mean, if you think I'm getting washed by these 3 IQ fucking troglodytes, then boy do I got a bridge to sell you. If you think I'm getting destroyed by these guys. Jesus Christ, bro. Actually insane. Anyway, let's get started with this. Hillary, our favored narcissist, I guess, for lack of a better term. She was basically called in by the Republicans on the Oversight Committee to testify about her, well, a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, from what I understand, right, Hillary, does she even really appear that much in the Epstein files in comparison to Bill? I mean, Bill Clinton hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, dinners with Jeffrey Epstein, went to the islands with Jeffrey Epstein, yada yada yada. We all know this. Was on the Lolita Express also with Jeffrey Epstein. Hillary Clinton did not so much. Yeah, that's Bubba. It's Bubba. You know, I blew Bubba. Yeah, Hillary Clinton, not so much, right? Like as far as I recall, right? Did not really engage as much with our, I don't know, like philanthropic, pedophilic fucking billionaire. So I think like the Republicans just want to go after specifically Hillary Clinton because we all know that Trump was trying to make people hyperfixate more on Hillary Clinton when he was, and Bill Clinton, generally speaking, trying to play all the old hits, right? And focus only specifically on the Democrats in terms of their problem. I don't know. They're sort of like shit stinking when it comes to the Epstein files, which is just like, I mean, yeah, like you're not going to have anyone within the Democratic constituency or party saying like, I mean, if you want to invest Bill Clinton as well, you can invest Bill Clinton. I think like a bunch of people who have been sort of, I don't know, like talked about in the Epstein files resigned from a bunch of their positions. I think Bill Gates also put out a public statement saying like he apologizes and he's resigning from his place within his organization, the Bill and Melinda Foundation or something, or the estate or something. I don't remember exactly, but a bunch of people have already been resigning from their positions to in like positions of power from various companies and even political offices because of their associations with Jeffrey Epstein, right? It's not enough. I think these people should be, broadly speaking, fucking prosecuted, right? Ask more questions, yada, yada, yada. It's not enough in terms of the accountability aspect. Of course. But there's some movement, I believe, in the affirmative direction of all of this. But here, Hillary Clinton released her opening statement to the House Oversight Committee. I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein. I never flew on his plane or visited his island, home, or offices. I have nothing to add to that. You have compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation, nor to distract attention from President Trump's actions to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers. I mean, Trump does appear in the Epstein files about 1 million plus times. I like, as far as we know, like, Hillary Clinton never really appeared on the Lolita Express. That was just Bill Clinton, right? Like, again, like, the only reason why the House Oversight Committee is just bringing up Hillary Clinton here is jingling the keys. That's literally it. They jingle the keys for their dumbass fucking constituents to be like, hey, look, it's Hillary Clinton. We're doing something about Hillary Clinton, and we're going to throw her in jail. Jingle, jingle, jingle. That's, like, literally the only reason why they're bringing up Hillary Clinton. But there's been some, well, she did some not testifying, but she had a press conference after this talking about basically what happened. Why don't we take a look at this? Exchange to come at the very end, when contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member ever asked any question about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they had deposed. Really? That's very, very fucking funny. Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of Les Wexner. Oh, it's just, he's just basically pointing out the hypocrisy of the Republicans. Well, okay, that's fine, I guess.
I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end, when contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of Les Wexner. And when I said that, I had to point out that the only questions that any...
Yeah, that's true, Boy Meets Minnie. I believe Jeffrey Epstein mostly donated to fucking Democrats, right? Like, who knows if it's because of any ideological predilection that Jeffrey Epstein has? I don't think so, honestly. Maybe he was just doing this because, you know, he just wanted to have people in his back pocket. I think that's, like, literally about it.
Republican member asked of any of the people they proposed was former Attorney General Bill Barr, when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations, in his view, about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So, at the very end...
So, obviously, we all know that fucking Hillary Clinton is just still mad about losing in 2016, and that the only reason for us to... Well, let's be honest here. The main reason why she doesn't like Russia is because she thinks that Russia is the main factor that cost her the fucking election, when that's obviously not the fucking case. There's a lot of other things that led to Hillary Clinton specifically losing within 2016. She's just a fucking bad candidate, dude.
End of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was...
I guess maybe in terms of her husband or something. Like, whatever, dude. Here, more. Talk more about how you processed and reacted to the fact that your husband, Bill Clinton, is in there. Why don't we take a look at this?
Can you talk to us a little bit about how you have processed and reacted to the fact that the former president, your husband Bill Clinton, is referenced in the Epstein files numerous times, including in some photos featuring women, and how have you been personally preparing for the deposition that is coming tomorrow? Are you 100% confident that there isn't anything that the former president knows about Epstein's crimes?
I am, and I think the chronology of the connection that he had with Epstein ended several years before anything about Epstein's criminal activities came to light, and that he was charged and sadly given a sweetheart deal, which, as I said in my statement, had that not happened.
So, what Hillary Clinton is referring to there is the 2007 sweetheart deal that Jim Acosta, who later became Trump's labor secretary, gave to Jeffrey Epstein in order to make him, well, stay quiet about what basically happened, right? As far as I can tell, right, yeah, like, I don't think Hillary Clinton has any reason to lie about Bill Clinton's associate, like, in comparison to fucking Howard Nutlick or Lutnick or Nutlick, where he said, like, I stopped associating with Jeffrey Epstein after, visiting his home in 2007. He visited Jeffrey Epstein on the island in 2012, so... I don't know. Like, nice try at your really pathetic lie there, Howard Nutlick. You made yourself look like a complete fucking dumbass. But yeah, we know about the sweetheart deal, right? Pam Bondi could have also done further investigations to Jeffrey Epstein. She never did, and now she's the attorney general of the DOJ. Like, you basically have any instance where there could be just like ridiculous corruption going on in the sort of like cover up of the Jeffrey Epstein files, it's been basically done at like every single level, because a lot of rich, powerful people, a lot of them had associations with Jeffrey Epstein. We've seen the files, right? Tons of people get mentioned in there who are, billionaires, financiers, CEOs, yada yada, the whole 9 yards, all these fucking guys who all had relationships and had, I guess, favors, for lack of a better term, done by Jeffrey Epstein, and I don't know, like girls with Jeffrey Epstein, right? Because I've talked about this concept before, but this is the perverted form of solidarity that these billionaires have with one another. They secure a bunch of blackmail material in order to be able to, well, in case one of these billionaires decides to act out of line, I guess, for lack of a better term, they will basically have blackmail material. And what worse blackmail material is there besides, well, CP on a bunch of these billionaire dipshits, right? And I've mentioned this before, but it's very useful for like the security state, the nation state, to have someone like a Jeffrey Epstein. Why? Because they can have all this information to keep these guys in line, in check. Because billionaires, as has been discussed before, are a threat to national security. That much wealth and power concentrated in so few people has the capabilities of bringing states to their fucking goddamn knees. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Minnie. Like, they always had a bunch of blackmail material. It's how all the nobility and aristocrats acted with one another. They all had material and blackmail on one another. So if someone acted out of line, and they'd be able to bring that material up in like a court in order to have the king go against that particular noble or whatever. It's all the same shit. Like, literally the exact same like aristocratic nature of the current Epstein class is being displayed. I've said this before. History is a funny thing. It doesn't very often repeat, but it likes to rhyme.
Perhaps his predatory behavior could have been stopped earlier, but I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of people who had contact with him before his criminal pleas in 2008 were like most people. They did not know what he was doing, and I think that is exactly what my husband will testify to tomorrow.
So, Bill Clinton's also going to fucking testify, so that's going to be interesting to see what exactly happens there. But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, listen, I'm no fan of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's obviously a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. Clintons obviously are a piece of shit. If they can go down, they go down, right? Like, I have no problems, no qualms with that whatsoever. But yeah, we all know why the Republicans are bringing in the Clintons specifically. It's key jingling for these people. That's why. They want to just be like, jingle, 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 look at this. We are currently flailing all over the place in terms of our approval rating, especially in the Epstein files. But we're getting Clintons. We're getting the Clintons. We're going to get them. We're going to get them good, guys. Right? And like all the mega spam bot accounts are going to be like, oh yeah, look at James Comer getting Hillary Clinton. Whoa, base, epic. Blah, 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 blah. Final fucking meme, I guess, about all of this. Benny Johnson. Because this was a closed-door deposition, right? This was not made public, right? And I think it makes a lot of sense why the Republicans more than likely would want this to stay private, considering the fact that Hillary Clinton may divulge some things, because if she knows that it's a public hearing, she may say some interesting things to disparage the president in power, who is currently heavily implicated within the Epstein files, so they want to keep this under wraps and under closed doors as much as they fucking can, right? It's a tightrope that they have to walk, that they're being forced to walk by Donald Trump specifically, where they want to have accountability for the Epstein files for their people to sort of like vice signal and like Aura Farm and all this fucking nonsense about. But it's one of those things where it's just like genuinely fucking insane, where Lauren Boebert, because that's who is also here, I guess she's a part of the House Oversight Committee, decided to take a picture in a closed house deposition. This is genuinely fucking insane. Like, you're not supposed to do this. And she sent this to Benny Johnson, of all people. This is incredibly fucking illegal. Like, Lauren Boebert should be charged for unironically doing crime because of a bunch of, like, potential fucking secrets being divulged here in terms of a lot of material. Like, yeah, sure, this doesn't necessarily look too sussy, but I mean, it should be fairly clear. Like, the only reason, like, this, look at fucking Benny Johnson having his watermark all over the place. The only reason why they want to, like, go for Hillary Clinton specifically is the stuff that I mentioned earlier. It's all a distraction so the content creators can have something to fucking talk about. That's, like, literally it. Like, did Benny Johnson, like, beg Lauren Boebert to take a picture of Hillary Clinton so then he has, like, some fucking content to talk about on his fucking Twitter account? I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case to begin with, like, to be quite honest. But this is incredibly fucking illegal and very stupid and dangerous. And here, Benny Johnson, for whatever fucking reason, thinks that this was like a Aura Farm, like, victory moment or something. This is genuinely fucking insane. Like, claiming that Hillary Clinton stormed out of the Epstein deposition because you posted a photo of her testifying. So you're admitting that you're okay with the crime that you're helping to fucking perpetrate, and you're trying to use this as like a fucking Aura Farm moment. Like, what are you doing, little bro? This is cartoonish fucking behavior. And Hillary Clinton herself made it clear in the interview, in the press conference she had after the deposition, that she stayed through the whole thing and answered all their fucking questions. Like, why would you say that she stormed off? Why blatantly lie about this? Oh, it should be fairly obvious, because conservatives, all these people are fucking grifters, and they are not actually interested in gaining and holding the power that they have been given. They just want to make more podcast episodes and just try to Aura Farm off of all these moments. That's, like, literally it. What is this?
See that? Can you explain what the picture is?
If you look on your Twitter feed, you know who it came from?
It came from Benny Johnson. He said Lauren Boebert gave it.
Yeah, look at Benny Johnson's feed.
Uh-huh.
Good. We'll be back. Thanks.
Wait, is this supposed to prove that this, like, Hillary Clinton, like, stormed out or something? Like, the reporter asked the question and they answer the question, and then they're just like, okay, but we gotta kind of go. Like, is that storming off or something? Like, this is pathetic, man. Like, these people, they're just grifters, dude. Like, look at this. Look at the Hillary Clinton team storming off. They're crying about me. Yeah, and it's just like, are they, dude? They answered the question and they said they had to go, dude. Like, genuinely pathetic. But then again, like I said before, the only reason why the House Oversight Committee is doing this is because, again, they want to distract from the fact that Donald Trump appears in the Epstein files over 1 million times. That's why they're trying to get Hillary Clinton to have deposition in all of this, even though, like, as to my knowledge, she doesn't really appear in there at all whatsoever. And that the only person who had any associations with Jeffrey Epstein was her husband, Bill Clinton. That's literally it. Hillary Clinton, as far as we can tell, more or less just has her hands clean from all of this, right? Of all the things you can go after Hillary Clinton on, I think this is like the most pathetic thing to do it on. But we all know the reasoning for as to why they're doing this. They're just doing this because, again, they want to make it look like they're holding people to account for obvious, very suspicious behavior that is happening in reference to the fucking goddamn Epstein files, specifically with Donald Trump and the rest of the administration. That's literally the only reason why they're doing any of this. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides conservatives. They're all fucking grifters, dude. Oh, man. Is the Asmongold video really going to make... I did not think that the Asmongold video would continue to have the staying power that it does, but it seems the YouTube algorithm is still fucking pushing it. The YouTube algorithm works in such strange, mysterious ways. It's about to hit 13K. It's insane. I mean,
that one's been a fucking hit for the channel. It's been good. It's been great. It's fantastic. You know, can't complain. Anyway. Two more stories. Actually, since I have you here, Boy Meets Mini, let's do the Tucker Carlson, Mike Huckabee one right now. Guys, did you know that Christian evangelicals want us all dead? Shocker, I know. It's a doomsday cult. I've mentioned this before. But the only reason why a lot of these Christian evangelicals want an ethno-state within Israel is because... Okay. The quickest possible fucking summary. They want an ethno-state in Israel for what express purpose? Because they feel like it's going to fulfill some doomsday cult that they believe in, where all the Jews are going to be sacrificed and the rapture will come, basically, and they will be all sent to heaven while all the Jews are going to be damned to hell, right? That's the basis of Christian Zionism and evangelicism in the past, 80 sort of years of Christian evangelical sort of thought within the right wing, right? Yeah, their interpretation of the Book of Revelation. Exactly, Boy Meets Me. That's true. There's a reason why I have my Christian correspondent here about this. So, that is their interpretation of the Book of Revelation, right? Essentially, like, the quote-unquote doomsday cult that these people believe in. And by the way, explains a lot of the actions of climate change specifically, right? Because of the fact that they see climate change as basically being another form of, everyone on the planet dying off and being sent to heaven. They are totally okay with climate change because they see it as like some test from God to see if they are worthy for the gates of heaven, and that they want all of the sort of non-believers to die as a result of fucking climate change. Like, it's genuinely fucking crazy. Yeah, they love all these crises. They think of it as good news, as it is like God's divine sort of judgment in order to test them to be able to, see if they are worthy of heaven. But Tucker Carlson having an interview with U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who is one of these like Christian Zionist fucking freaks. But here's the thing specifically that we have to say immediately about Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is not coming at this in the lens of being principled about Palestinian lives. There's a reason why he always talks about Palestinian Christians. He doesn't care about the Muslims. They're the vast majority of Palestinians who are getting killed, right? For him, this is a way for him to laud his anti-Semitism and have a sort of through line through Israel, because he understands that a lot of people on the right do not like Israel, and we've been seeing this more and more with a lot of these content creators. They have been doing a lot more anti-Semitic posting, right? A lot more fucking Nazi posting. For what purpose exactly? Because they know that this is basically the best way for them to be able to garner attention and likes and clicks on social media, right? Like, it's the easiest fucking prediction of life. But here, this is Tucker Carlson talking to, insane Christian Zionist Mike Huckabee.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that's
a huge swath of territory, by the way. Euphrates, that would be around Babylonia, I'm putting this in like ancient Hellenistic terms because I play a lot of Rome Total War, okay? Like, I'm a fucking nerd, okay? It'd be Babylonia, Iraq, if we're talking about modern day Iraq, parts of Syria, parts of Turkey, maybe a little bit of Armenia, but no, probably no parts of Armenia. A bit of Turkey, Iraq. It'd be mostly around like Edessa. Yeah, we're gonna get to the Nile. Yeah, Baghdad to fucking Cairo. The Nile encapsulates a large part of Egypt and is mostly the main thing of, specifically Egypt, right? The main sort of economic hub and reason why Egypt has been a successful civilization for the past 5,000 plus years.
Actually, longer than that, probably, but whatever. So, what? Right around Babylonia, right around Palmyra, around, like, the whole part of the Tigris Valley, and, not Tigris Valley, but right around, like, a large chunk of Iraq, portions of Syria, like, pretty much the entirety of Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, as well as, of course, Israel, and a huge portion of the northern parts of Saudi Arabia as well. You know, the rest of Nabatea, basically.
Include, like, basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean,
I'm not sure we'd go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land. But here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
That this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
So I'm gonna let you know, this is genuinely fucking insane. So just because some book that came out, how many, like, I think it was like 50 plus years after Jesus allegedly died, of course, some dudes that have basically edited the book constantly throughout multiple revisions of the interpretations of the scripture throughout the history. That means we can just justify taking over, like, a huge chunk of the Middle East for Israel. Like, is that how that fucking works? That's genuinely fucking insane. Like, basically the entirety of the Middle East, most of fucking Egypt, and even parts of fucking Turkey. Like, we can just justify it like that. That's genuinely fucking insane, dude.
I'll let you off on this because you have said 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't.
Mike hasn't read the Bible. The land was promised by God to Abraham, but the Jewish law also says you welcome the foreigner and let them live with the same rights as you do. Right, because what basically Mike Huckabee would want is for all of the quote-unquote foreigners, the Muslims, right, he would consider them to be the foreigners, to be kicked out of the land specifically, right? That would throw a little bit of a fucking contradiction within the sort of inner desires of the Christian Zionist, like, evangelical types. But we all know why, like, Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, is going along with this stuff and is okay with the Greater Israel Project, because he just wants to conquer more land and territory for himself, right? Because he is a fucking, Jewish supremacist, right? He is also a Holocaust revisionist, right? He basically feels like he is owed the land because of the fact that he is Jewish, and he's playing to the sensibilities of Christian Zionists and their doomsday cult in order to basically get his imperial ambitions going, right? Like, and it's unfortunate that it takes a fucking anti-Semite like Tucker Carlson to point this shit out, simply just due to the fact that, and he is an anti-Semite, again, he's not doing this because of any, like, principled sort of position for the Palestinians. He doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. He doesn't care about any Muslims, right? We can go over many fucking Tucker Carlson segments where he's been incredibly Islamophobic in the past, right? He doesn't care about them, right? He's just doing this because he found an avenue, a lane, to gain prominence and popularity for his show, and that is by being incredibly fucking anti-Semitic. That's it. There's a reason why. Again, Tucker Carlson, whenever he does any of these interviews, he specifically talks only about Christian Palestinians. And also, like, Mike Huckabee more than likely thought that this would be a softball interview, which is more than likely why he accepted this. Because he's being made to look like a complete fucking dumbass, right? Which is only going to make Tucker Carlson look better and raise his sort of public profile. People forget that Messianic Judaism is actually a Protestant Christian sect. That's fucking funny, dude. Oh, you're telling me that it's all just a bunch of bullshit from the Protestants again. Crazy.
You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
So that is pretty much the main line right there. It would be fine if they took it all. That led to condemnations of many fucking Arab and Muslim countries. He is basically just saying, and he is the U.S. ambassador to Israel, so he speaks with the word of the administration, right? Because we all know, right? Trump's main base is Christian evangelicals. Now you may be wondering, how the fuck can this lascivious, incredibly, like, man whore, this pedophile, this barely like pious individual have the sort of capture of the Christian evangelicals who are supposed to be nominally fucking Christian and believe in Christianity. It's as Jennifer Welch herself said, and she's 1000% on the fucking money when she says this. These Christian evangelicals see their pastors in Trump. The pomp, the circumstance, the scams to inherently sort of like take money from all these Christians. Because these people are in a cult. They believe that Trump is basically the torch that is basically going to carry them forward to the fucking promised land within heaven. Yeah, charismatic fucking preaching. Exactly, Boy Meets Finny, right? They see their pastors in their only sort of places of community, that being their churches. They see themselves in Trump. That is why. But yeah, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Arab League are all condemning these fucking statements because, again, it's a nonsensical fucking biblical fucking interpretation, right? Like, completely insane, right? Like, that it was, as Boy Meets Minnie said, like, the plan was promised by God to Abraham, but also the Jewish law says that you have to welcome the fucking foreigner, right? And have them live as you do with the same rights as you do, right? That's also the same thing specifically in, I always forget the line specifically, but 1933 to 34. It's the one where they say that by the word of God you have to basically welcome in the fucking stranger. I'm like blanking on the fucking verse specifically on the book that fucking talks about this. I remember the line of it, right? Something 1933. Leviticus 1933 to 34, right? That's also in the Christian fucking goddamn Bible. But for whatever reason, a lot of these conservatives love to forget about Leviticus 1933 to 34 for some fucking reason. Because in reality, the purpose of this is just for justifying their doomsday cult. Like, that's literally it. But here, we have more of this. Mike Huckabee is struggling to answer Tucker's simple question. Well, what's the simple question? I'm a little curious. Why don't we take a look?
In the entirety of the world, there are about 16
It's also in Exodus and Deuteronomy? Okay, gotcha, Boy Meets Finny.
million Jews total. And 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land, historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
and what evidence
ancestrally,
do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point. So how do we know that he's connected to this land at all?
And if there is...
So, okay, I've gone into, like, yaps about this specifically with a bunch of anti-Semites before, where they say Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the land, right? Because Jewish people have been kicked out specifically by Israel and Palestine, Israel/Palestine, by the Romans because of rebellions by Judea at around, I think, 40 BC, something like that. I don't remember exactly the year, but there's been rebellions by Jewish people when they wanted to basically rid themselves of the Roman yoke and make a kingdom for themselves. They got kicked out by the Romans and forced to live in exile throughout the rest of the empire. But they were kicked out of basically Judea or Palestine, of course, and forced to live in places in Europe, North Africa, and the rest of the Middle East. That's how you got a lot of the other Jewish people who are, let's say you got Middle Eastern Jews, you had the Masorati Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, so on and so forth, right? And you know, they thrived, they existed in other parts of the Roman Empire, blah, 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 right? A lot of these people, because you'd have to make the fucking goddamn argument and go through the fucking family tree, right? Like, we don't 100% know, obviously, that far back, if any of these people have any connection to the land of Israel, because, again, Palestine, Israel has changed and exchanged hands a lot of fucking times throughout history between, of course, like the Saracens, the Latin kingdoms, the Romans, the Ottomans, the I think the Fatimids, a bunch of different Muslim caliphates as well have occupied the land of fucking Palestine for many fucking years. It's always like one of those things where it's a complete gray area to argue if those people do have a claim on the land, because you can't fucking prove it. Like, it's impossible to basically prove. I'm fine with Jews making aliyah, return. My issue is the easy excuse for genocide and colonizing retribution to pogroms against Jews in Europe. I mean, that's the exact same argument that Theodore Herschel basically said, right? I mean, that it's also supposed to be inherently nationalistic and colonial, a form of Jewish nationalism, right? And also, like, if they're, like, peacefully coexisting like they did under the Ottoman Empire, Jews and Palestinians lived perfectly fine with one another, no problem. The only thing that made everything change, right, and this is something that Tucker Carlson is never going to mention, was the introduction of European anti-Semitism, because those are the points that he parrots, right? Specifically, when the French and also the British came into those lands to colonize those lands after their victories in World War I, right? They basically made it such that, the reason, the Balfour Declaration, the reasoning why they wanted to send all the Jews specifically to Israel is to, well, for their own anti-Semitic reasons. Anti-Semitism was something that was, broadly speaking, becoming more and more popular throughout the 1850s because of the French. Anti-Semitism was basically coming back in a big way, right? Throughout that sort of time. And Balfour was just like, well, you know what, we have the land of Palestine now. Why don't we just send all the Jewish people here instead? Like, because fuck that shit, right? And a lot of these proto-Zionists, Theodore Herschel was also, like, working alongside that sort of Tony Balfour there in order to, well, push the Palestinians out and make a home for themselves, right? That was basically the whole point of it. A very, very simple, like, reduxed version of history here.
There has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he ever
very
right to
much
be
speaks the language. He has fought for the land. His family has fought for the land.
Dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from?
Like, just because Benjamin Netanyahu speaks what, Hebrew, that means he has a right to the entirety of the land of Israel. Like, doesn't make any fucking sense. That's genuinely insane.
And the reason it's meaningful is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their...
But how do we know they
ethnicity? They're Jewish by their faith. They're Jewish by the connection to the language.
I mean, people can just, like, convert to different religions, like, whenever... Like, I could just say I'm Jewish right now, right? And you can just do that. I mean, there's a bunch of things that you have to go through to actually become Jewish. I don't know, if I, like, married a Jewish woman, I could then make the claims that I'm Jewish and, like, convert that way, right? Or I can convert to Islam. Like, you can just kind of do that, right? Like, that's kind of how that works, right? If we're talking about, like, claimants to a particular sort of, like, family lineage or something, because the main entire argument that Tucker Carlson is basically making here is saying, like, well, they're East Europeans, so therefore how can they, like, really make the argument that they're Jewish? It's like, well, because they've been kicked out specifically from the land of Palestine throughout many years, and all of them have settled throughout different portions of Europe. And a bunch of them have been kicked out also of portions of Western Europe into Eastern Europe, which is why there's a lot of Jewish people that, generally speaking, live throughout Eastern Europe, right? We all know this. Because of a lot of the things that I also mentioned specifically as well. And, yeah, like you're saying, like, most European Jews didn't really speak Hebrew on the daily. Yeah, because they were mostly just trying to, let's be honest here, integrate with the culture and the society that they were living under in the sort of, like, differing sort of thing. But yeah, modern Hebrews started under Herzl because of the sort of, like, nationalistic desire to return to, a Jewish, like, cultural root, if I were to take a guess, right? That's, like, the main reason, because when they were kicked out by the Romans and all these other sort of cultures and sort of, I guess, empires? Let's say empires, right? Kingdoms as well. Because a bunch of them got fucking kicked out, obviously, from Palestine, right? They were forced to basically integrate with the normal cultures that they were there, right? They would still say that they were Jewish or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Or people would just, like, brandish them as Jewish, right? Based off of, like, I guess for lack of a better term, certain signifiers, right? It's all very racist and ridiculous, obviously. But the idea that, and it's mostly what needs to be disputed, that a bunch of, like, Eastern European Jews have some form of claim to the land of Israel, of Palestine, based off of some cockamamie nonsense made up by Theodore Herschel, and also by a bunch of other, like, quote-unquote historians and scholars, to justify it in a religious lens that they have claimants on the sort of land of fucking Israel is completely fucking nonsensical.
Jewish by the connection to the Torah?
But how do we know that specifically Bibi's ancestors ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
well, it's on the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, do my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at.
Well, no, it's because it's a question that you can't really answer because you have no fucking idea. Like, we don't know. Maybe it wasn't. We have no idea. But listen, the only reason, like, again, Mike Huckabee has these positions, and he's making himself look like a complete clown to Tucker Carlson, who is an anti-Semite, who would see, well, the extermination of Jewish people, if he could, right? Like, there is no principled belief here coming from Tucker Carlson, right? He is just a Christian nationalist. He's a complete fucking psychopath, right? And he's just coming at this from an incredibly fucking anti-Semitic lens. If he could just get rid of all the Jewish people, he would. If he could, absolutely. Like, that's, like, without a shadow of a doubt, that's what Tucker Carlson basically wants. He's not coming at this from, like, a principled sort of stance whatsoever. But we all know why Mike Huckabee believes in this stuff. Basically, it's because he believes in a cult. That's it. That he believes that Jewish people are owed the land of Israel, and that if they basically ethnically cleanse all the other populations from within Israel, and it's nothing but Jewish people there, that they are to be sacrificed so that they can ascend to the kingdom of heaven. That's the point. That's the point of the rapture. It's their interpretation of the book of Revelations, right? That's literally it. And it is why they are okay with climate change. It is why they are okay with all of the actions that Israel, broadly speaking, is taken within the Levant, and why conditions on the ground are specifically getting worse for the Palestinians, and they are basically doing, well, the modern day Holocaust of our time, right? Genuinely insane here that these Christian evangelicals, alongside like military industrial complex interests and Zionists themselves, are basically justifying, well, all of this based off of some like weird doomsday cult these people all have, and also making a bunch of money off of security contracts. Like, genuinely insane that this is the position that we find ourselves under. But as expected from Donald Trump, and if he could have basically any constituency and cranks in order to be able to justify his, well, lunacy and complete fucking nonsense, then he will. And Mike Huckabee is a perfect, well, lunatic, along with all the other Christian evangelicals under his, I suppose, retinue, to justify the sort of like idiotic foreign policy that the administration currently takes. And it only makes people like Tucker Carlson look much better, right, in the lens of your average American. And it's leading to such increased significant sort of instances of anti-Semitism. Yeah, Kufi is really, really bad, dude. Like, it's so, so bad. But yeah, if we're wondering, again, why there's a lot of, like, rises in terms of attacks of anti-Semitism, it is because of the opinions of people like Mike Huckabee and the Zionists being so insanely aggressive in terms of enforcing and wanting you to comply with their completely fucking like, nonsensical fucking beliefs. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck Israel and free Palestine. One more. We're almost done. Did you ban the ICE agents, guys? I don't care. Just ban that guy. Get rid of that dude. I don't care about, like, whatever low IQ shit that individual has to say. Ban that guy. I'm not interested. They come in here and try to click the blurb, but haha, blurp's not working. Get owned, fucking dumbasses. Oh. I can get a better picture than this. For Cuba. Cuba. Alright. I wanted a map. That's what I wanted. Alright. Final fucking meme. So, this is genuinely, I think, kind of insane, but it seems that a bunch of Cuban exiles, one of them being a U.S. citizen, went in a speedboat, decided to travel, I think it's like 40 or 50 miles down to Cuba in order to try to orchestrate some kind of a coup or something, some kind of like ridiculous fucking nonsense or something. They had a shootout with the Cuban security forces, and it ended up them, getting fucking killed. Genuinely fucking insane, the fact that this is happening right now. I mean, we currently know what's going on with the administration. They are trying to justify regime change in Cuba and are basically blockading the country, starving it of fucking resources. For what purpose exactly? Well, because they want to depose Cuba, because that's been something that Marco Rubio has been wanting to do for the latter part of about like 30 years at this point for his life. And I mean, he would always talk about the, I don't know, quote unquote terroristic threat that was presented by Cuba. I mean, if you think about that for like literally 3 seconds for as to why that is completely and utterly insane, it should go without really much saying that it is completely nonsensical. But here, some reports on this.
Incident off the coast of Cuba. Officials in Cuba say border guard troops shot and killed 4 people on a speedboat in Cuban waters who were trying to, quote, infiltrate the island nation on Wednesday. The Cuban Interior Ministry says the boat was registered in Florida and was carrying Cubans who live in the United States. One of the passengers...
Dude, is this like... we got Bay of Pigs instead of like Bay of Pigs. It's like the Bay of Hogs or some shit. I don't know. Bay of what exactly? I have no idea.
Allegedly opened fire on the border guard troops. 6 other people aboard the speedboat were wounded in the shootout and are receiving medical care while being held in custody. We've got CNN Stefano Pozzoban following the story for us. Stefano, good to see you.
I bet they're getting better healthcare from the from the Cuban doctors in comparison to what they would find in in the United States of America. Yeah, it's the Bay of, oh my god, I will vote.
We know about this investigation, what transpired in this incident.
Well, unfortunately, we don't know much, and everything we know is directly from the Cuban government, so of course we need to take it with a little bit of caution. However, we do know that the incident took place at the northernmost tip of the Cuban coast, the part of the island of Cuba that is closest to Florida, that is closest to both Miami, the Miami community of anti-Cuban hotbed, frankly, and the Cuban Keys, which is the peninsula, the line of archipelago that drives south.
By the way, like, the anti-Cuban, like, the people who live in Miami who are anti-Cuba are genuinely fucking insane, dude. Like, the only reason why Donald Trump specifically is trying to do this regime change, like he tried to do within Venezuela, and there's a great Sarcasmatron video that goes into this, is because he's trying to shore up his approval rating that's been basically plummeting amongst Hispanic Americans, given a lot of the actions he's been doing in terms of immigration enforcement with ICE. It turns out that if you just illegally detain people for no fucking goddamn reason and violate people's Fourth Amendment rights, people are not going to be too particularly happy about that. But does Stephen Miller care about that? No.
From the continental United States towards Cuba in South Florida. We know that 6 people have been so far apprehended by the Cuban government. The Cuban government and the Interior Ministry in particular have told us that 1 more person have been apprehended for flying into Cuba to organize the reception of what they're saying was a tripulation of terrorists. These 6 people, together with the 4 that have been killed in the standoff on Wednesday, are now accused of terrorism and trying to infiltrate the country, Cuba, in to stem a rebellion.
I mean, from what I understand, they came in with a speedboat. They had a bunch of gas canisters. They had like tactical gear on and guns. They had a bunch of guns on them. Like, terrorism? I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know if they did this for like a political reason or whatever. But if we're talking about like Cuban Miami, like anti-Cubans from like Miami, I mean, those guys are particularly zealous in their sort of desire to want to just, well, let's be honest here, try to depose the current regime, for example, in Cuba. And again, we all know why they want to do this, right? Why Trump wants to do regime change, in particular in Cuba. His current approval ratings with Hispanic Americans is flailing. They fucking hate the immigration enforcement stuff. So again, he would prefer to like vice signal and try to do something about the ever so dangerous regime of fucking Cuba instead.
To stem social disorder. We know that the Americans have called for a thorough investigation and for clarifying all the facts. In particular, not just the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, but also the Florida Attorney General, who is appointed by the Republicans, but also the mayor of Miami, who is a Democratic politician, but still called to take everything coming out of Cuba with a pinch of salt and asking for American U.S. investigators to clarify all the facts, especially if they link to the Southern Florida community, the people in Miami, where we know that a change of government has been demanded when it comes to Cuba for more than 60 years. But this has the potential, Eleni, to rapidly escalate into the
funniest thing, by the way, with Marco Rubio, his family left Cuba before Batista fell. Like, left while Batista was still in power, which is so fucking goddamn funny. And it's just like these people are just a bunch of like mostly like insanely rich Cubans who are basically just mad about the fact that they can't do any more slavery and have more plantations done because of the U.S.-backed dictator that being Batista. Allowing them to be able to do that.
Most serious geopolitical crisis of the year so far, especially after the removal of Nicolas Maduro down in Venezuela. It's a situation that we're monitoring very closely, because it could escalate very quickly, Elena.
Yeah, maybe Alex.
Absolutely. Okay, so I want to talk about the current economic realities facing people in Cuba right now. Lifeline was always Venezuelan oil. That has dried up. I mean, you mentioned Nicolas Maduro, and of course the United States assault on Cuba as well. It's something that the US wants to focus on. So give me a sense of the mounting pressure. And
it's really bad. The blockade there is like completely fucking terrible with what's going on within Cuba. Fuel is not allowed to go in. There's like no more jet fuel. Like the Cubans have been saying that basically that they don't have enough jet fuel to be able to fuel up airplanes. Air Canada alone has said like, yeah, we're canceling flights to Cuba because we don't know if they have enough jet fuel, right? And it's so bad that now even Canada is going to pledge food aid and for a bunch of like aid to go into Cuba because of the blockade that the United States has decided to
imposed. Same with the Mexicans. Mexicans have also been Mexico rather has also been sending in aid to Cuba as well, and I believe a bunch of that has arrived to relieve the Cuban people for the, let's be honest here, just like completely unjustified sort of the completely and utterly unjustified blockade that's basically going on here for Cuba, right? Like, that's specifically the reason why they're doing this. It's because they really want to do regime change within Cuba specifically. That's the main reasoning. And the reason why, specifically us, that being Canada, is pledging a bunch of, well, aid and food to go to Cuba is because we are basically looking to try to essentially create a trading bloc that is anti-America. Let's be honest here. Oh, 1000%, boy meets Smitty. Like, the Cuban regime is not particularly great, right? Like, it's not good, right? It's pretty fucking goddamn bad. Like, it's not really on the it's not in favor of the Cuban people's terms. Like, the transition after Castro died was basically like spiraled completely out of control. The Cuban economy has had a lot of troubles ever since the Soviet Union basically collapsed, and that sort of like tying that they had there basically was made gone. The embargo certainly didn't help with that either, and everyone, broadly speaking, has been telling the United States of America, stop the blockade. Like, if you stop the blockade, then this is not going to be as big of a problem, but you guys just keep doing the blockade. And the only two people who are okay with this is, like, the United States and fucking Israel. Because, again, I don't know, like, for whatever reason, like, they just want to keep Cuba around as, like, a fucking punching bag.
With economic collapse looming, some Cubans say they may be forced to leave the country they love. This man says it's hard to get to work, it's hard to get food, and it's hard to get internet access.
Cuba is right now a failed nation.
It's been nearly a month since
There's been a lot of rolling blackouts, I believe.
the U.S. shut off the flow of oil to Cuba, blocking shipments from chief suppliers Venezuela and Mexico, while threatening tariffs on any country stepping in to fill the void.
The humanitarian
Of
situation
course.
in Cuba is becoming quite great.
Yeah, good luck fucking doing those tariffs there, Donald Trump. What, are you going to argue that us sending food aid to fucking Cuba is a national security threat against the United States of America? Like, okay, bro.
And quite serious, and so Canada is stepping up.
The federal government is pledging $8 million towards food for Cuban people, but humanitarian groups are already having trouble getting aid into the country due to the fuel shortage, which Cuba's ambassador to Canada suggested is the United States' goal.
The objective of this oil blockade is clear: to create a humanitarian crisis and try to force a regime change.
The U.S. captured Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro last month and is now authorizing American companies to resell Venezuelan oil.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that this has been Marco Rubio's goal since the beginning, right? Because he has, like, this cockamamie, basically, plan to be like, guys, if we just get rid of the Venezuelans, that's going to make it a lot easier to take out Cuba, right? But here's the thing specifically, like, that's just not going to fucking goddamn work, right? It's going to be a complete mess, a complete shit show. The Bolivarians are still in power within Venezuela. Not really much has changed. It's just Delcy Rodriguez is now in power instead of Nicolas Maduro. And they think that now that, like, Venezuela is now, like, complicit with the United States. Not exactly. They're just kind of doing, like, their own thing and is not really accomplishing much of anything in terms of the benefit of Venezuelan people. Like, all the oil companies who are supposed to go in there and start extracting Venezuelan oil have basically said that they don't want to do it because it's just not worth it. Like, the replacement of the old infrastructure, a hostile population that's not going to want them there. It's going to make it such that it would take at least 10 years for them to be even able to start extraction of that oil. So it's just like, it's not worth it, man. We're just going to, like, fuck off and just leave it alone. Like, we don't give a shit.
Oil to Cuba's private sector, while still blocking all other oil shipments to the Cuban government.
We have our big oil companies going in. They're going to be taking out the oil and selling the oil for a lot of money, and Venezuela's going to get a big part of that money.
Caribbean leaders,
Yeah, they're not doing
Secretary
that.
of State Marco Rubio, to discuss American foreign policy in the region, are calling for a de-escalation.
We believe there is space.
Oh, by the way, besides, like, you know, a lot of Caribbean leaders basically talking about the humanitarian crisis and them having concerns about the humanitarian crisis going on within Cuba, they've also continued, the U.S., that is, illegally bombing boats within international waters. I think just recently they started bombing more boats, claiming that they were narco-terrorist boats, with obviously no fucking evidence, of course.
Perhaps more space now than in years past for pragmatic engagement that protects the Cuban people.
That space may be narrow, with the Trump administration showing no signs of deviating from their hardline approach to Cuba, Donna, as the situation on the ground becomes even more dire.
Jillian Piper.
Thank you, Marco Rubio, for basically making the economic conditions in Cuba worse. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, because of, like, all the anti-Cuban Floridians that you've probably been around during your whole entire life, of them like, oh, I can't believe that Castro took away our plantation from us. Grr, I can't believe he would do that. What a terrible, terrible thing.
Humanitarian crisis that's currently unfolding there.
The mounting pressure is the strongest that the current Cuban government has faced in recent history. Cuba does not produce nearly enough of the energy that it needs, and it needs more energy, more oil to produce electricity, to run its factories, to run its city. And that's why we're seeing daily blackouts both in Havana and the rest of the island. One of the first reactions coming out of this incident, I think it's important to point out, came directly from the Kremlin, Russia being a close ally of the Castro's government and the current president of Cuba, Rubén Díaz-Canel. This is what Dmitry Peskov, the Russian spokesperson, had to say about the incident in Cuba.
Oh boy, Russia.
The situation around Cuba, as we see, is escalating. The most important thing now is the humanitarian aspect. Of course, all humanitarian issues Cuban citizens are facing must be resolved, and no one should create obstacles.
So the United States had essentially blocked all shipments of oil from neighboring countries into Cuba. It used to be Venezuela. Maduro was removed. Venezuela is no longer sending crude oil to Cuba. It used to be Mexico. Mexico has desisted to do that after the U.S. pressured the Mexican president. And now Canada and Mexico are sending in humanitarian aid because, of course, the humanitarian situation could as well rapidly escalate into a crisis. It's a sign, it's an arm wrestle between Washington via Miami and Havana. Of course, I say via Miami because Marco Rubio himself, the Secretary of State, is from southern Florida. He has long advocated for regime change in Havana, and he also said that yesterday, saying that the Cuba government should seize power.
I'm really curious to see what Marco Rubio has to say and what the administration is going to do in response to the 4 people. One of them, I believe, was an American citizen who got fucking killed by, well, a bunch of them were Cuban exiles, and one of them was an American citizen. A couple of the people who went on that boat, I think 2 of them were American citizens. It was like some cockamamie plot to try to put the Cuban exiles back within Cuba. It was genuinely fucking insane.
As quickly as possible, the Cuban situation should change as quickly as possible. And we see that increasingly isolated. Peskov, for example, did not offer any concrete help coming down from Russia to Cuba. So a situation that we're monitoring very closely in the days.
Okay, I'm mostly ignoring the dumbass shit that you're saying right now, Pi. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, because I'm doing a segment, you're just saying a bunch of stupid fuck shit. First off, yeah, Florida, leftist? What are you talking about? Like, it's been thoroughly run by the Republicans, and it's becoming a third world backwater shithole for the latter part of about 10 years. Like, the Republicans have been running that shit for about 10 years at this point. And guess what? Oh, that home insurance, those home insurance and housing prices that you guys have, not exactly great for you guys now, is it? Right? And also a lot of that disaster relief stuff, not going exactly great for Florida now, is it? But like, yeah, I'm aware that most do you not understand what the problem is here? The reason why Florida is allowing a bunch of the Cubans in to Florida specifically is to use you guys as an easily exploitable labor, as an easily exploited but exploitative labor for you guys. Like that's or for the benefit of some American companies. Like what are you talking about, bro? Like all you're doing is you're just repeating a bunch of NPC fucking talking points and thinking that you're getting a bunch of dunks and owns right now. Like you're making yourself look ridiculous. Like what are you talking about? Yeah, dude. Yeah, you know, this dude is angry. Look at me. I'm being pointed out as being an NPC. I'm a little fucking jester. I'm just saying a bunch of shit because I just want to say a bunch of shit. You're uninteresting, dude. The reason why I wasn't, like engaging with any of your stupid bullshit is because you're just saying like a bunch of NPC dialogue tree points. Like, what is there to engage with you? Like, you're so angry. It's like, okay. And you're a fucking moron. Like, your brain barely functions. I question your educational sort of acumen. I doubt you're barely able to form, like, a coherent fucking point. Stupid. Like, I think you're just an idiot. You're just a propagandist lemming dipshit who just, I don't know, repeats a bunch of talking points he hears from, like, whatever, like, anti-regime, like, Floridians that he surrounded himself with. Like, shut the fuck up. You're fucking stupid, bro.
A situation that we're monitoring very closely in the days and weeks ahead.
Suffice it to say, it is highly unusual to see shootouts in open sea like that. It's not something that happens every day. It's something, frankly, that hasn't happened with Cuba.
Why the fuck should I be grateful of having a dumb fucking troglodyte like yourself as my one fucking viewer? As you can see, I clearly have more viewers than just one, but whatever. Like, before you open up your mouth and say a bunch of stupid fuck shit, read a book. You should probably do some reading before repeating a bunch of, like, I don't know, bullshit that's probably going to get you inevitably deported anyways, because Donald Trump and the current administration that's in power does not like your dumb ass, okay? They don't like Cubans. They don't like you people. Like, cope and fucking seethe about it. Yeah, thank God I fucking live in Canada, okay? Way better than the decrepit shithole of a state that you fucking live in. Jesus Christ.
Hasn't happened with Cuba in a very long time.
We're going to turn now to Mark Puto. He's a White House reporter for Axios. He's done a lot of reporting on the U.S. relationship with Cuba. Thank you for being with us, Mark.
Thanks for having me.
So we heard the Secretary of State there say that they're going to want to know more. They're going to do their own investigation. And there are survivors, so to speak, right, who reportedly are in a hospital. So what can the U.S. do here?
That's a great question. What I think the U.S. is going to try to do is conduct an investigation the way the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said. And in the process of doing that, they're going to try to talk to these people. And the question we're going to have is, will Cuba participate or allow the United States to have this?
Oh, you'll be fine despite being a U.S. citizen. Ooh, you huff that fucking copium there, Pi. The ICE has been fucking detaining U.S. citizens as well. They see that you got brown skin. Ho, they're going to fucking get you anyways. Like, huff that fucking copium, buddy.
Will Cuba participate or allow the United States to have this investigation in Cuba itself? There's a possibility, I can't assess the probability, that the answer to that is going to be no. And if the answer to that winds up being no, well, we're going to be in the middle of a real tense situation. Things are already difficult on the island. Obviously, the relationship with the United States and Cuba is incredibly hostile and has been for 67 years. The Cuban regime there, it's a totalitarian surveillance state, is really sucking wind, so to speak. That is, things are terrible on the island, in part because of the U.S. embargo and what they call a blockade, and in part because of...
It's a good thing that they are bringing up the U.S. embargo. I mean, that is part of the reason why. I mean, like, the thing is not that I'm saying, like, Cubans, the Cuba authoritarian, or rather the Cuban authoritarian sort of structure. Yeah, and a bunch of them are also fucking black and brown, you fucking dumbass. All the white ones fucking left after Batista fucking got deposed, you dumbass. Oh, I wonder why all the white Cubans probably ended up fucking leaving Cuba. That's fucking hilarious. Nah, yeah, we have someone who's a part of the sandwich race, consumed too much alcohol. Boy meets mini, do what you want. I don't care. This person is just a fucking 3 IQ racist, barely fucking literate, and it's just a fucking dumbass. Like, get rid of him. Yeah, and you're like a 3 IQ fucking retard who fucking lives in Florida, probably is barely fucking educated because Florida, decrepit shithole of a fucking state, like... You have fun with that Florida man's fucking education, you fucking dipshit.
Things are terrible on the island, in part because of the U.S. embargo and what they call a blockade, and in part because of communist mismanagement.
Okay, I'm glad that, like, the embargo is obviously being brought up here. Obviously, like, Cuba's government, not the best. It's pretty bad. A lot of mismanagement, as is being said here. Yada, yada, yada. Generally speaking, not a great government that's being led within Cuba. And a lot of it is because of, a lot of U.S. meddling, a lot of sort of, like, poor transitions from the state that Castro was leading in comparison to also, well, not in comparison, but also because of the collapse of the Soviet Union, how tied to the hip Cuba was to the Soviet Union. Funnily enough about that, initially after Castro deposed Batista, he wanted to get along with the United States of America and be tied to the hip of the United States because they were much closer in comparison to that of the Soviets, of the Russians. Problem was, and it's a pretty big problem, is a lot of like the American conservatives did not, and like the McCarthyites specifically here, wanted absolutely nothing to do with the Cubans because they thought of them as basically like a bunch of fucking communist revolutionaries, right? And Castro had to adopt like being a communist revolutionary mostly out of fucking convenience and go along with the Soviet Union because it's like, well, I mean, we wanted to make deals with you guys and be nice with you guys, right? Like, we would not have had a problem with that, but the problem is that Castro was not interested in the U.S., the as exploitative U.S. business interests in comparison to what was put in place of the, Batista regime. And Castro didn't really necessarily want to have that in particular, so because he wanted to do state investment in terms of raising literacy rates, the healthcare system within Cuba, blah, 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 blah. A lot of complicated reasonings for as to why it ended up sort of like, not collapsing, but like the embargo and the blockades all got put in place. Because initially, yeah, Castro wanted to have diplomacy with the United States of America and get along with the United States and not with the Soviet Union in particular, but the American like sort of McCarthyites within power that was sweeping the United States right around the time of the 50s made it such that, while the United States is not making any deals with us, so we have to choose the Soviets instead. Like, that's like literally the only reason why they ended up quote unquote becoming communist.
So this is an inflection point that could become a very explosive situation depending on how both sides handle it.
Right. You mentioned the embargo cutting off new shipments when it comes to oil. But I also, as you mentioned this, I'm thinking about the fact that Cuban intelligence has been involved in places like Venezuela. You called it a surveillance state. Are we in a kind of spy versus spy situation here with the U.S. and Cuban relationship?
I mean, we have been for 67 years. The guy who made the Spy versus Spy comic was famously a Cuban, yes. So that is part and parcel of the United States' tense and hostile relationship with Cuba. The thing is Marco Rubio is the favorite son of the Miami Cuban exile community, and he is very much a Cuba expert, and certainly, I'm trying to choose my words carefully.
I'm not 100% certain if like Marco Rubio is probably a Cuba expert. Like, he just basically wants to depose the Cubans and just not the Cubans, but the current regime that's in Cuba right now for the express purpose of just enforcement of U.S. hegemonic power. That's like literally the only reason why.
Hardliner when it comes to Cuba policy. Now, he is executing Donald Trump's policy and is interested in making a deal with the Cuban regime there to transition into more of a free market, more of a free society, one where they have a free press and free elections. Those are the rules, the prongs of the U.S. embargo against Cuba. That is, we'll lift it when they become a free society. And Rubio is very much interested in enforcing that. Just how that happens, we're not quite sure. But what we do know is that this situation is sort of one of those moments where we could look back at history and say, okay, this is where a clear change is going to begin because of the way in which things unfold after this point.
I mean, I don't think that's entirely a terrible point. I mean, like, it's probably going to be done specifically for the worse because these people with Marco Rubio, they're not doing this out of the interests of the Cuban people in heart. I mean, part of it could be because Donald Trump wants to deport a bunch of the Cuban exiles back to Cuba. It's part of the same reason for as to why he wanted to do regime change in Venezuela, right? There's a lot of like nationalist, nativist, like U.S. interests as well involved in all this, where they just want to deport a bunch of people in order to, have the white ethno-state, right? Like, that's purely the reason why. But yeah, like, don't really know what else there is to say besides, like, regime change in Cuba it's not really going to work out. I think it's only going to make the situation worse. And we all know about Marco Rubio's sort of inherent interests. It's all like a cockamamie plan, specifically by Marco Rubio, in order to just, basically have an enforcement of like U.S. hegemonic dominance and control over a state that they've basically been embargoing for the latter part of about 60 years, right? And I mean, it's just unfortunate, like, what's happening to the fucking Cubans, right? I've always had sympathy specifically to the Cubans, not necessarily the regime. I don't think the regime is like particularly great in particular. Like, I mean, you can have like praises of what Castro did in terms of the increases of literacy, education rate, and also all the Cuban doctors as well. It's great, it's fantastic, it's excellent to see that, if the state actually takes interest in all of this, in terms of wanting to actually civilly develop a country. It can certainly happen. I mean, it's just unfortunate that it kind of ended up being, well, that this revolution ended up happening during the McCarthyite period of the United States of America, and it was the sort of like collective Red Scare, like schizo nonsense of the United States that basically made it such that they ended up going with the embargo and not allowing the Cubans to be able to further like civilly develop and have to take a sort of, well, not a bet, but basically have to lie in bed with the Soviet Union instead because of, well, McCarthyite Red Scare fucking propaganda. And now we are currently, I guess, reliving that sort of time of the embargo, or the more aggressive like blockades that were happening throughout the 60s of Cuba, and we're just reliving that just because Marco Rubio and Donald Trump basically just want to shore up their approval rating with, well, Hispanic Americans, because that's been basically plummeting off of a roof for them at the moment. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides regime change in Cuba is not going to work out very, very well, as much as the Americans would like to think that it would. We're done. Eventful stream. We talked about a lot of stuff there. That had to happen. We needed to talk about all that stuff, folks. Well, at the very least, Marco Rubio is able to form, like, coherent thoughts and sentences. That dude was just saying stuff. He's like, I'm Cuban. What other fucking stupid shit did he say? Talk about white Cubans? Like, okay, like, it's irrelevant. Oh, I wonder why all the white Cubans felt like they were more afraid from Fidel Castro taking over. My family never owned a plantation, dude. Yeah, but a lot of white Cubans did, because they were the initial settlers and colonizers of fucking Cuba who owned all of the fucking power. Dumbass. But whatever. This is leftist brain rot. It's like, okay, and you're just like a propagandized 3 IQ fucking moron. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Why are you blaming socialism? It's like, you couldn't fucking explain socialism, even if it was, I don't know, written in a dictionary for you. You know what we're gonna raid into? We're gonna raid into Radhom, because I've not seen Radhom all that much. I've not been able to raid into Radhom all that much, so we're gonna raid into Radhom. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've never seen Fidel Castro ever talk about, like, the relationship of the means of production between the bourgeoisie and also the, between the bourgeoisie and also the proletariat. He never really addressed any of that. He never engaged in really any of the transitionary steps in order to be able to move from there in particular. So, I don't know, like, all these, like, dumbasses who bitch, moan, and complain about this stuff, it's just stupid. It's stupid, it's stupid. They're dumb. And I hate them. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. No stream this Sunday, and panel is going to happen at some point in March. I don't know when, but it's going to be on with a friend of the show, Daedalus. It's going to be about ICE, and I'll probably be told what date that's happening then. But for now, that's all going to be in the works. We'll see what exactly happens. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.